Take the captain's chair.
Hey, good morning, Marilyn. How you doing? This is Luke Robinson, sorry. Hey, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Just setting up and we'll get started in a few minutes, so thank you for holding.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear us there on the Zoom?
I can hear
Yes.
you very well.
Good morning, this is
Great.
Cheryl. Yes.
Great, Cheryl. Great to see you. We've got Marilyn Wilson, who is our new STED manager. However, she's been had a COVID exposure, so by HR policy, she needs to stay home for about 5 days. Make sure she doesn't have any symptoms. We've also got Carmen Levick, who's on. She's from Brand MT and the Office of Tourism. She also works very closely with the TAC, which is the Tourism Advisory Council. And then here very shortly, we'll do some introductions for those that are in the room. So just bear with us. And looks like we also have Michelle Cushman joining. She does the Office of Tourism grant programs, for which some of the folks in the room here have been recipients or are current applicants of. And so just one moment and we'll do some introductions. So let's see, we got this really fancy camera here. Let's see if we can adjust so it gets the room covered a little better. Okay. So Chair Gray, do we want to start promptly at 9?
Sure, we're gonna wait for Richard.
Yeah, we certainly can. We want to wait another few minutes.
You guys have a lot of stuff yet to get to.
I got cut run at 9:30 for sure.
Yeah.
So maybe before we do call of order, we could do a few introductions. We think doing just a few introductions would be all
Yeah,
right?
that'd be fine.
Okay, great. So Troy Downing, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Troy Downing. I'm the Montana State Auditor and, very honored to be here. So thanks for giving me a seat.
Great. Go ahead,
Jason.
Luke. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
Jason Small. So today I'm a senator and / Indian Country Economic Development person. So we're gonna have a long day and I apologize right now. I'm gonna be in and out of here. We actually were electing leadership for the session. We are going to do everything today, select committees, committee on committees. We're gonna be voting all day on who's gonna run the show. So it's gonna be a pretty intense deal.
Yeah, or good morning, Joe Gray, Chairman of the Luke Robinson, Native Entrepreneur Development Specialist for the department.
Great. And Rochelle Brown, Office of Tribal Tourism, Economic Development for Indian Country. And then those on the call, Cheryl, do you mind introducing yourself?
Okay. Hi, I'm Cheryl Rivas. I'm the Blackfeet Tribes Planning Director. Good
There
morning.
you are. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Marilyn.
Hi, everybody. My name's Marilyn Wilson, and that's Wilson with 2 L's, just so if you ever email me, you have to put the 2 L's or I won't get your email, just letting you know that up front. And I am the new Tribal Economic Development Specialist, and I am so excited to be meeting all of you. I wish I could be there, but next meeting. So I appreciate meeting all of you. Thank you.
Great. And we also have Jan Stoddard on the line. Jan is the Division Administrator for Brand MT and Office of Tourism. Jan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Jan Stoddard, and I'm the Bureau Chief for the Office of Tourism. Just sitting in, listening to the call today. Thank you so much for letting me attend.
Great. Cameron, not Cameron, Carmen.
Hi, this is Carmen Levick. I work at the Office of Tourism. I work closely with our Tourism Advisory Council. I help with some of our grant programs. Currently, the grant cycle we have open right now is the Eastern Montana Tourism Initiative. And just sitting in to listen and see what's new in your world.
Great. And Michelle?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Cushman. I'm the manager of the Tourism Grant Program in the Office of Tourism, Department of Commerce. Try to work very closely with our Tribal Tourism Officer, which is Rochelle Brown. So sitting in to kind of hear what's kind of going on with the STED Commission.
Great. Also, we had Director Scott Osterman was able to come in, and he's at the table here with us. Mr. Osterman, did you want to say anything more?
I'm just glad we're all here.
Great, me too. So there's coffee and refreshments. Please just, whenever you need anything, head on over there. There's juice and water in the cooler, and then we'll have lunch around noon. So anyone that can join us for lunch, you're welcome to do that. So we do have one more commissioner that we're hoping will be here soon. That's the Vice Chair, Richard Sangre from Rocky Boy. And so it'll be up to Chair Gray to decide if he wants to continue. Okay.
Other things happening. So.
Okay, sounds good. So I got a little out of practice because I was very excited about Marilyn joining our team. So in the last couple of days, I've tried to get my head back in the game here for the STED game. So I'm definitely like a third stringer right now. Please forgive me. But at least some of our technology is working a little better this time. So yes, so I guess we'll do call to order.
Okay. You want to go ahead and do that?
Great. So we'll call the meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. And we'll do the roll call. So we'll start, Delina Cuts the Rope, Fort Belknap. Here. Great. Chair Gerald Gray.
Here.
We have Vice Chair Richard Sangre just walking in. Come on in, choose a seat. And we're doing a roll call, sir.
Got lost.
No problem. There you go. Let's see, we've got Jennifer Finley from CSKT. And then let's see, we've got Cheryl Rivas on the call from Blackfeet.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. So let's see, we also have Director Osterman here as a commission member. And then we have some others that are absent. Sean Backbone from Crow, Melissa Fisher from Northern Cheyenne, Bryce Kirk from Fort Pack. However, I do believe we do have a quorum. All right.
Sean checked in last night. So.
Sean did. All right, great. So he could be showing up here soon then. Okay.
He might be lost like
I'll send him a message.
Sure, sure. I'm sure he'll find it. All right, great. So, Mr. Sangre, would you do us the honor of giving us an opening prayer to start the meeting?
Blessed today. Beautiful day.
Amen. Thank you. Hi there, good to see you, sir. So Sean Beckwold from Pro. Hi, nice to see you. Come on in. And here, in fact, if you'd like to, you can sit right over here across from him and I'll scoot on over. All right, so we're just starting, just had the opening prayer. And I guess we're going to turn it over to public comment on non-agenda items. I'd like to introduce Commissioner Troy Downing, who is here today to speak to the STED Commission.
Well, thank you. This, Mr. Chairman, members, it's an honor to be here. And I wanted to take this opportunity. A lot of folks don't realize some of the resources that fall under my office and some of the things that we are undertaking that I think are meaningful to the folks in this room here and those that you represent. So just a couple of things. I'm the Montana State Auditor, and I regulate both insurance and securities, as well as have a seat on the land board. But with both of those, there's a lot of effort in dealing with tribal communities with Indian country in, a couple of things. On the insurance side, I chair the American Indian and Alaska Native Liaison Committee. And as the chair of that, that's a national organization with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And one of the goals on that committee is consumer protection in Indian country, making sure that there's access to insurance products, making sure that nobody's being taken advantage of. And really having a place to bring issues to us that you may have. And we've had, some come up in Montana of insurance companies refusing to renew policies for reasons that, look like redlining or like they're trying to, not write policies in Indian country. And that's stuff that we take very seriously and investigate and take action as necessary. One of the other things that one of the deliverables I'm doing on that, and again, this is a national organization, so it's not just Montana. So we're dealing with tribal communities in Montana, but also Pueblos in New Mexico, and we're dealing with issues with urban Indians. And so some of the deliverables that we're trying to do on that committee are create tools that help cultural awareness, cultural understanding, cultural communication between tribal and non-tribal communities, which is a really hard task, because as everybody in this room knows, you can't put one blanket over every community because they're all different. But just trying to find lessons learned, places to start, ways of fostering relationships, and having some takeaways for businesses trying to do business in Indian country. So that's been a really interesting task in and of itself. And some of the other things we're doing is lessons learned through the COVID pandemic. What worked in tribal communities, what worked, what didn't work, what the lessons learned. So if we ever have an issue like that, we have the tools and understanding what to do that. So that's on the insurance side. And I just wanted to give a real brief overview of what we're doing there. But on the security side, a big part of what we're doing there is outreach and education. So we do a lot of financial literacy education and outreach, and we have access to outside funds for promoting education. And we're trying to work with tribal communities, with tribal colleges, of understanding how we can, lift up and help from, we call it, financial empowerment from, the beginning to all the way up to, from a, 101 level to a, graduate level of really understanding, how to deal with finances, how to invest, once you have control of your finances, and how to really build some strength there. And so finally, one of the things that also falls under the security side is capital formation. And capital formation is a term of art for raising money from investors to build businesses. And so what we are trying to do there, and again, we also have outside funding for promoting some of these products from these national organizations that we are involved in. But understanding, what you need to do to build a business in Montana and raise money from investors. Is it appropriate to do a crowdfunding? Is it appropriate to do a, Regulation D exemption, which is a federal exemption to the Securities Act? Basically, we want to give the tools and understanding and put our contact out there. So if folks in Indian country are looking at building, financing, taking money from investors to help build businesses, that they can use us as a resource in understanding, how to do that, how it's regulated, what the best path is for the type of business that you're doing, or the type of investor that you're trying to, get money from. And I'm really happy to be here. I'm not going to take too much more time. I just wanted to give you an overview of what we're doing and encourage everybody to use us as a resource. We've got an awesome team that is out there trying to, promote all of these things I just talked about. They'd love to work with you, with those that you represent. So if they have any questions, just call us. We have some flyers that we can, give you with our contact information, but we're just csimt.gov is our website, and 444-2040 is our phone number. But we really encourage, if somebody is out there that has any kind of consumer protection issues under insurance or securities, they've been, taken advantage of in some kind of, scheme, financial scheme, let us know. We prosecute that. We are, the state of Montana versus, so we do prosecute. We investigate and prosecute. And if you're just looking for information on how to do something in any of these areas, please, please, please reach out to us, because we have resources and we have a lot of folks under our roof that really want to promote and help lift these communities. So on that, I'll yield my time, but I am honored to be here and hope to hear from each and every one of you. Thanks.
Thank you. So any questions?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good information that, for one, I didn't know that you said on that board.
Right,
It's really
right.
important,
Yeah.
especially for, Montana's Indian country. Two things. One, how can tribes help, get this information disseminated more?
Right.
So we're up to breast on it. And then also, I'd like to invite you to the Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council meeting, to actually be in front of tribal leaders too, that probably don't know about.
Yeah, no, we have been on the road and reaching out to any tribal communities that will have us, and so we'll continue scheduling those. I go to them personally because I want to. It's important to me to start building relationships so that it's not. I'm not going to show up once and never show up again. To make sure that we start to develop those personal relationships. So. I will throw the caveat that if something comes up and I'm, I can't make it, I will send somebody, but I will always follow up, because it's important to me that we continue to build these relationships and build this trust so that we can start to really work together in improving things. But in terms of speaking or showing up at any of those events, let us know. We'll be there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just another side note too, in the country, we're really in tune to what you just said, the one and done.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting you mentioned that, because that's something that has come up in the research that we've been doing. And this is nationwide, so we've had a lot of influence from New Mexico, from, a lot, across the country. And that comes up as being one of the number one issues of, showing up and not following up. So, we're very aware of that and we try to get that message out.
A secure transaction code there is the Chippewa tribe as well as the Crow tribe have enacted that to also try to get investors on the reservation.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that's a real secret or what, but it's really not been pushed or announced publicly that there are tribes that are inviting investors and they have a secure transaction code that's registered with the state of Montana.
Right. Well, that's good information. And one of the things that I will also put out there is, to the extent that it falls in our lane of what we regulate, it's important to us to get the message out, just like was already said today, that a lot of folks don't understand what we do in our office, especially on the investigation prosecution side. Somebody gets taken advantage of, they don't think I'm going to call the auditor. So we do a lot of effort in outreach and education. We do a lot of social media. We do press releases. We do podcasts. We do a lot of stuff to get information out. And to the extent that you're interested in getting some information out that is meaningful to your community, let us know. And if it falls under, Sam, that's why I brought my communications director in the back corner of the room. That's what he does, is gets messaging out. And to the extent that you want to get that message out and it falls underneath, our umbrella of securities, we will be happy to do that. And if you have a spokesperson or a person that you would like to do a podcast, come to our office and we'll talk about it and we'll get that out. I'd be honored to host that. But and Sam is the person in the back to get all that scheduled.
Any other questions?
Yeah, no questions, but just a comment that I've seen some recent research that the entrepreneurial percentage, Native American entrepreneurial percentage, is actually rising, and it's higher than the number that I saw. And I don't know how super valid it is, but it's on average 4% higher entrepreneurship amongst a percentage of population in native populations. So I think it's kind of incumbent upon us as the commission, I think, to make as many of these things transparent and available and known.
Yeah.
And throughout the state. So, I would propose at some point in time that we actually have some sort of a, within the commission, some sort of financial literacy outreach, if you will, that certainly we can support from Commerce as well, to be able to really let it be, make it more easily known, right? Because people don't wake up in the morning knowing, just like none of us did, other than you and your comms director,
right?
That CSI is there for this,
right? Yeah, no, that's, and we'd love to partner and collaborate on any of those types of efforts. But one of the things that you said, I think it's clear that there's opportunity. So we need to get the message out that there are tools and support, because the opportunity is there. And to the extent that we can collaborate and help get that message out and get those tools out, please use us. So.
Yeah, do you have programs for financial literacy for young people?
We have some funding for that, and we're trying to figure out how best to get that incorporated. Another part that I do that's somewhat independent of my job as a commissioner is I sit on the Montana Council of Economic Education, and we do a lot of like high school training on building businesses, on investing in the stock market and stuff like that. And we would love to also work with tribal communities and figuring out how we can get these types of programs in there as well.
Yeah, because there's just basic things that I think a lot of young people don't know, like what it means to have credit. I'm not even talking about investing. Like most of my son's friends don't have bank accounts.
Yeah.
And like my parents do not have any cards of any kind.
Right.
Like everything we buy, they buy out.
Right.
So they don't,
Yeah.
and so like, there's still a lot of people who only do like cash.
Yeah.
Their girls with cash, and so they don't know, so they can't teach younger people in their family. And now if you want to rent an apartment or do anything, you have to have a credit card. You have to have good credit.
Right.
And,
Well, yeah.
we don't have anything to-
Yeah, no, and that's something that we've identified as an issue, statewide. It's not just in Indian country. I mean, that's a statewide issue. We have a lot of kids that don't understand how to balance a checkbook, don't understand what a checkbook is, that, have never dealt with, so when I talked about the whole strata of, what we call financial empowerment or, financial literacy is from the beginning of, what is credit? What is interest? What is a bank? How do you balance this and how do you plan? How do you budget? And so, you've got to build this foundation until you can start to get, higher and higher use of that. So first, understand, what those tools are and how you build a nest egg. And then the second thing is, what do you do with it? How do you invest that? How do you grow it? How do you, set that aside? So there's so much to happen in that whole strata of, financial literacy, financial empowerment. And so those are all things that we are looking at. And there are tools that we have in terms of, courses and podcasts and things to give that basic information. But we would love to understand how we can get this stuff into communities that need it.
Yeah, like how to buy a house.
That's, and that's an interesting one in and of itself, because, we're dealing with that as well, as not just how to buy a house, how to finance it, how to insure it, what insurance is and why you need it, yeah. And then making sure that new homeowners that have never thought about that, that they understand, what the risks of not doing that are, what it is, why they want, there's so much that goes into that. And I think a lot of folks think, if I come up with the money and I buy this house, then it's mine. I don't have to worry about it. So does it have a mortgage? Does it, how are you insuring it? And then the other thing that we deal with a lot is, in a lot of communities, there's this impression that there is no insurance product to actually insure, especially on reservations, and understanding how that works. And so we did a survey ourselves to see, who was writing on reservations, what insurance companies were doing that. And so we're continuing to do that and encouraging, others to reach out into properties and to tribal communities to offer that product there, because I think a lot of folks just assume that the product's not available, and that's not true. And if you do get, redlined, which is when, an insurance company illegally decides to discriminate and not write in certain communities, talk to us. We will investigate and prosecute. And I've got, no offense to anybody else in the room, but I've got the best legal team in Montana, and they work hard. And we do a lot of work there protecting consumers. So, talk to us.
May I make a comment? Thank you, Mr. Downing, for being here, and I just really appreciate you stepping in and visiting the state commission. I encourage you to come back again sometime.
I'd love to.
Welcome you back. For Fort Belknap, Indian community, access to capital is a challenge for small businesses. I showed Scott some of our small businesses, a couple tribally owned and a couple independently tribally entrepreneur businesses while he came to visit Fort Belknap, and we sure appreciate having him there too. One of the things is access to capital, and then also we're having some supply chain issues for some of our entrepreneurs. And so, finding ways to be able to get loans, fair game, just like everybody else,
Right.
every other non-Indian member,
Right.
is really a challenge. And the banks that are in our surrounding Highline area, also for producers and ranchers, they have a hard time getting loans as well.
Right.
They take great access from FSA, USDA, NRCS, and things like that for those types of programs. So it's not like, they don't access those, but the direct loans, for help with just supply and inventory with the high cost of materials and whatnot, that's a challenge for us. And I'm very interested in learning more about the cultural understanding to foster those business relationships. I think our banks in the local area could use some of that.
Great.
I'm going to help sort of, champion that, in some way, by the connection, and I will share your information with my local businesses.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And so we have a draft form of that document on cultural literacy. And so that's going to go to committee in next month in December because we have our national meeting coming up. But in the meantime, I'm happy to share a draft if you have any comments, criticisms, or omissions that are obvious. We've reached out to a number of folks, like I said, across the country. But if you have anything that you would like to comment on, I'm happy to share that with anybody here. And make sure, because as I mentioned before, what everybody in this room knows, but a lot of other folks don't know, is you can't put one blanket over every community. And so really understanding what are some of the global takeaways and what are some of the specific takeaways, how you communicate. And, I was talking to somebody in one community about investing and about, saving money for your future. And he said that language will sometimes stop communication, because sometimes a person will hear that as, how to hoard and be selfish and not share with your family or community. So how do you phrase that in a way that doesn't stop the communication? That's some of our goals of having somebody that is not familiar with, the thought process in certain tribal communities of how they might think of something that is not intended that way, but may sound that way. And so we're just trying to create some awareness there. And so anything else that folks have to add to this, we invite comment.
Want to see if anyone online?
Yeah. Any comments of anyone who is joining us remotely?
I have one more question.
Oh, sure. And raise your hand if you do online. Go ahead.
Do you also teach classes or have presentations about elder financial?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. And if folks online didn't hear, the question was about elder financial abuse. So some of the things that we've done in my office that I'm proud of is, we reconvened the Montana Elder Justice Task Force, basically going after and setting up these councils across the state. We got from Governor Gianforte, we got an executive order to be able to set these up, across the state. And basically, these are they're councils that give advice, that hear about abuse, that refer that for investigation and prosecution. And so that was one thing that happened there. But one thing that those councils were missing was having the ability to actually investigate and prosecute directly. So what we did in my office is we created a financial abuse specialist team, and we call it FAST. And the financial abuse specialist team specifically investigates and prosecutes financial crimes against seniors. But we really invite any crimes against seniors to reach out to them, because we do work with other agencies, with the Department of Justice, with DPHHS, with other agencies where there might be, some crossover. But we have investigators and, prosecutors on that team that specifically look at crimes against elders. And to the extent that we have jurisdiction in tribal communities, we will offer our services to the extent that we can, help understand the problems, because there's a lot of them out there. I mean, Montana in general is one of the oldest populations in the country, and the money is concentrated in our older population. So it makes them targets. And so there's a lot of folks that target those. And some of these are just horrendous. When you take advantage of a senior who, basically can't replace what has been stolen, you leave them in such a horrible position. So one of the things that we've spent a lot of time on is, like I said, a resource, or we'll investigate and prosecute ourselves if it doesn't make sense to refer it. And we'll work with county attorneys. We'll work to the extent that we have jurisdiction. We'll work with the tribal communities as well. And it's something that I'm pretty proud of, because we've gotten a lot of traction there, and we're out there protecting. And what we do when we see abuses is we use that as an opportunity to educate, watch out for this. And so an example that we have right now, and I mean, not to, throw any stones or anything, but we had a senior who came to us about a month ago who got hooked into a timeshare scam. So this is when, this individual had a timeshare and somebody, a fake person contacted about buying it for more than it was worth. And basically said that the purchaser was a wealthy businessman in Mexico. And, to finish this transaction, you need to wire some money to have a registered agent in Mexico. And then you need a lawyer in Mexico. Then you need something else. And so this person basically took out a home equity loan on her house and made 5 transactions from her bank wiring money there. And the bank thought it was fraud, but never did anything until the 6th transaction and refused to do the 6th wire. And so this person then went to another bank that did another 5 transactions and ended up, doing almost $200,000 in money that she didn't have. So the reason I'm saying it here is we want to start getting these stories out so people understand how how people are being taken advantage of, to watch out for that, and that's a big one. And romance scams are another one. Romance scams are like nationally one of the biggest issues. You have a lot of seniors that are, that may be on their own, they may be lonely, they're, get hooked into an online relationship of a fake person, and eventually that fake person needs money. And that's one of the biggest scams out there that we see right now. And sometimes we can figure out who it is and go after them. Sometimes they're out of state and we work with other states to go after them. Sometimes they disappear and you never hear anything. So one other thing that we have in my office that we've really championed is we have the financial restitution fund. And so we started this, we just renamed it the Lynn Egan Financial Restitution Fund. And so we have a pool of money that's not taxpayer money. It came from fines and from registrations from investment advisors, where we can give to seniors partial restitution if they're taken advantage of. So like, let's say that you lost, $100,000 to some scam and they were insolvent, so they didn't have any assets to repay with. In that case, we can actually write a check to that person for partial restitution. We're not going to make them whole, but it's up to a $50,000 check, which can be meaningful if you've lost everything. And I think that's been a great program, and we've had some national issues where there's multi-state actions against these companies. Like metals.com was a good one. It was a fake company that was saying it was buying precious metals, gold and silver, and took advantage of a bunch of folks. And there were I think there were 17 Montana victims, and every one of them got a restitution check, and the rest of the country was pointing fingers at me saying, how come Montana got restitution and we didn't? And that's because we have this unique program in Montana to help seniors that have been taken advantage of. So I just want to put that out there, because if you hear of a victim in one of these situations, a lot of times they're embarrassed or they don't think that you can do anything about it, so they never report it. And if they never report it, we can't use that as a tool to educate. We can't investigate it. And there might be some money available for restitution that these folks don't know about. So that's why I'm throwing it out there so that everybody knows that that's out there. And one more time, just to make it clear, it's not taxpayer money. This is all coming through fines and registrations. So, great. Well, I'm going to head up now because I've got a 9:30 I'm late for, but I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate you giving me a seat at the table and giving me so much time. I didn't expect this, and I appreciate it. But let's make this be the first of many. You have our contact information. Use this as a resource.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks for coming.
My pleasure.
Yes. And for anyone who came in late, feel free. There's beverages. Get some coffee. We're nice and loose here. Yes, that'd be great. So
we have a team from ITRR here. And so they're going to be doing a presentation for us. We also have Department of Labor and Industries with an apprenticeship program that's under development that they look to have. They're seeking some tribal consultation early in the process to see if the development of this idea, how it can be best utilized, that there's interest there. So do you guys want to go ahead and start with introducing yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Melissa Weddle. I'm the director of the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. We're thrilled to be invited to be here. We're just going to share what we do and what resources we have, and we're really here to learn to see how we can work.
I'm Matthew Pettigrew. I'm a data engineer and research associate at the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. We're just happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
You guys are housed in Blue Rock.
Yep.
Yeah. in Richmond.
Yeah, very good. And then Amber, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Amber Lamb. I also live in Missoula, but I work with the Department of Labor and Industry, the Montana Registered Apprenticeship Program. My role was created a little over a year ago, and it's Equity and Diversity Coordinator for Registered Apprenticeship itself. Our objective is to expand and diversify apprenticeships, and especially within Indian country, strengthen the tribal government relationships to create partnerships that will benefit all communities.
Awesome. So I think if, does anyone need to take a break? Everything's going well for getting drinks. There's juice and things in the cooler. Again, just feel free to take whatever you need. Restrooms are outside the door. And I think now that things are kind of quieting down a little bit, we might just prop the door. So we are expecting a few other people who will be coming. So it'll make it easier for them to come in and not feel like they're lost. So give me one moment and get that kind of set up. And then I think we'll move into unless we have any other public comment online, we can probably move to the next section. Yeah, I think you've got maybe a little door stopper there. Perfect. All right, let's see. So I think next what we have, just checking to see if this. So the next action item is going to be a bit of a sore spot. It's about the minutes. Yes, we're back to the minutes discussion. So Chair Gray, would you like me to continue to do the song and dance on said subject? So over the last few months, the last STED meeting, the minutes from the May meeting were MIA. Apparently there was a recording, a Zoom recording, but when the staff member left, those recordings were not archived, nor were any written minutes taken. Going back and looking at previous meetings, the end of 21 and the 2 meetings of 22 for February and May, those were all online Zoom meetings, and those Zoom minutes were used as the minutes. Essentially, the recording were supposed to be the minutes, but they were not archived. So there's no written minutes and no recorded Zoom minutes for those 3 meetings, the end of 21 and early 22. We do have the recording from the August 24th meeting that we were all in attendance at, and those are on our website. There's also agendas and other notes there. After talking with Chair Gray about this problem, he has informed us that he would like whoever the STED manager is to not only have the recorded minutes, but then to have a written history. So know that no matter what, we at least have a written copy, and that is then in compliance with law and in compliance with the public's right to inspect records from public meetings. So I would like to request that in light of the fact that the May minutes are not retrieved and not available for inspection, and that the Zoom minutes are online and available, that, that you might be able to consider passing the minutes from at least the August meeting.
We have them?
They're recorded, they're
Oh,
online.
that's-
Yes, yes, they have to be dictated. So you got that, or we could table it for, again, you want to table it for the next meeting? I guess someone would probably need to make a motion.
Easier if we can review them in writing.
Mm-hmm.
If something was missed or something. Someone's gonna need clarification on something. At least see what we're looking at before we approve it or not.
Okay. I think, does one of the commissioners have to do a motion to table?
No, so I'll move the table, but I
Okay.
also have a question.
Okay,
So the question is, have we gone to our IT people to look at archives?
yes,
And those
Exhaustively.
archives are not along, okay.
yes, exhaustively. Between the IT department, Sue, Dawn, and then the communications department, Todd Jackson,
Mhm.
they have recreated and put as many items as they can up on our website. But
Mhm.
those 3 essential meetings are missing from the
Okay.
end, a year ago. I think it was November of 21, February of 22, and May of 22. And when I did start, a number of those links were broken and they were all going to error 404 codes. So they were able to recreate and put a lot of the material back up there from the last, I think, what is it, 5 or 6 years, Luke? Yeah.
So we have a motion to table, Scott. Second. Richard seconded. Further discussion, do you want to bring up that?
Oh, yeah, Councilman Gray, I just wanted to point out that, to include perhaps in the action that the August 24th, 2022 recording, because when you click on minutes, it goes right to the Zoom recording. There is an agenda posted on the website. But if we could get those transcribed either with software to transcribe them and then edit those, or either have someone just listen to the recording and do their best to type those out so that we can have a paper product that could be emailed out in advance of the next meeting for an official review.
Any other comments or questions regarding the past minute meeting? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None, motion passes.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda are reports, and our program manager, Jason Small, had to leave to attend to other business. So perhaps if he joins us later, might we be able to add him at a later point in the agenda, Chair?
Yep.
Okay. So moving on, we'll go ahead and have Luke Robinson provide us with a program update on Indian Equity Fund and Native American Business Advisors.
Great, thanks, Rochelle. This is Luke Robinson, Entrepreneur Development Specialist, talking about the Indian Equity Fund 2023 round. We worked with Leanne Taylor and Jason, Senator Small, and myself to go through the process this year, and we sort of reversed it. We did not bypass the NABA's review in the first round, but we went ahead to the state review for the primary review round. Then we went to the NABA secondly, and got their input, got our selections made, and need to get the award announcement to the governor's desk in the governor's office now. So, or you're actually, yeah, director's office first, probably. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah.
So we will do that. I can do that the rest of this week and next week, and by next month I can start the contract. So we have some good ones, and we're looking at maybe changing things too next year with Jason in terms of just the review process. So we'll leave it at that. The Native American Business Advisors is in progress right now. I got 6 of the 8 contracts in review at legal, so nothing has really changed there. There are two NABAs that we're going to discuss a few items with to maybe strengthen that. And like Commissioner Downing was saying earlier, Jason and Leanne and myself were thinking about adding a curriculum to younger, maybe high school students, high school age, for the NABAs to go in and train some of them on financial literacy, because the demographics at OPI do point to the Native American population having a concentration of folks under 35, under 18, more so populated there than the older generation. So if we can catch them early, that's Jason and Leanne's idea to help out with strengthening financial literacy, financial education. So we might add that component if we can and keep it the same and just move on from there. So they're in progress, and that's my report. Thank you. Richard?
Luke, I have a couple questions that were raised. When are our NABA people gonna get paid?
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Richard. There was a delay in the process because Leanne and Jason were thinking of using the money for maybe something else and kind of wanted to see more output and outcomes for the NABAs and their contracts. And it's a recurring grant for the last, over a decade, and they just wanted some more quality, I guess, control, some more data points that would lean to better technical assistance. And I say that to say that the contracts are in place now and they're getting through legal, so they can get their first disbursement as soon as next month, I believe, and go from there. But it did kind of delay it. Their next report, their midterm report, usually was in December, so we're going to see how that works and just kind of expedite things and push it from here to get them their payments, because they already did the work. So I know what you're saying, Richard. So sounds good.
And probably the other question I had, have you eliminated local review?
I don't think we eliminated it. I think, well, I don't know. I can't say we eliminated it. We still had the local review at the second part of the process. So that was different and that kind of delayed things. So that's why it's kind of running a little bit behind schedule, but we do not intend to eliminate the local review committee teams.
Can I ask a question? How do you define local review, and what are your expectations with that?
We have before we had a kind of a team together to review the applications with the NABA people and forward them with their recommendations, also them to be like our local banker and people within the community, you the individuals, and that's what I call local review.
Okay.
Is kind of like you judge by your peers.
So that application, just for clarification then, is, if I understand it, then if there were an application that was made for a grant or whatever, that you would review it locally with the NABAs and then promote it from there, or say, hey, let's not send this one in. I mean, you would have a yay or nay type of opportunity for that. Okay.
We do that too, as myself, and then the vice chair, along with our NABA, would be involved in that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Leanne's on the
Part
phone
of the
too.
scoring process.
Yeah.
Leanne, could you maybe address that if just from this standpoint? One of the things that we certainly
Yes.
know is that we are evaluating the effectiveness and the results of anything and everything we do in the agency. And if there are no results, then we have to start questioning, going backwards as to how this investment is being made and what are those results. And what do we do to help change that so that there are more positive results, rather than, the way I look at it is we've spent a lot of time in our agency measuring activity, but not results over the last many years. And so, kind of being a private sector guy, I only care about results. I don't care how fast you have to run or not. The result is what counts the most. And that means, are we investing this money in a way that is producing results, in your communities that makes a difference?
That's a great point. I agree with that. However, like for us, we do it at no cost. So there's not it's our
Right.
time invested
Yes.
into it. the NAVA gets paid.
Yeah,
So
okay,
The state has got no skin in the game with me and the vice chair
right,
reviewing people's applications.
okay.
I just have one
Just so you
final.
know that.
So, Mr.
That's
Chair-
how Richard, how they-
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. So,
Yeah, I was just say that, when you're talking about deliverables, you need to make that clear cut from the beginning. So that
Yes.
you have something to measure on a quarterly basis or a semi-annual basis. And so when we're shifting gears and midway, I know there's gotta be a change at some point. But, the best thing to do is to let somebody know what your expectations are. And so that way they can achieve
Yeah.
those measurements and build their activities to make sure that they're doing those measurements for you and giving you a really good, feedback on where they're at.
Mr.
Leanne?
Chair, Rochelle. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
And I
Leanne.
apologize. Okay, I am still driving around trying to find parking. I forgot everybody with the legislature was meeting. So yeah, let me just address that really quick. And again, apologies for some of the communication lapses. The reason that we took this, at the state level first to review these is it was both Jason and I's first time in reviewing, since we just do this on an annual basis. So we wanted to look at the application. How easy was the application? What was the ranking? How do these grants get ranked? And just kind of look at how we were doing, first of all. We had also heard that there were, some time issues that with sending them out to each of the local tribes. Sometimes it could take a couple months before everybody could get together to do the internal ranking, or the individual tribal ranking. So that's kind of where we came from. So we are in the process of changing the application. One thing that we also noticed was, some of the grants applications that came in, like maybe somebody wanted to buy cattle. So how was that being assessed in the past? Some of them did not have, some of the cash flow projections filled out. Some of them didn't have a business plan filled out. So, by doing it this way, this time, we were able to see maybe some of the limitations, some of the things that were good, where we needed to clarify some of the guidelines. So we will certainly, for the next round, meet with everybody, and we've met with a couple of the NABAs, and, going forward, we will take everybody's thoughts and notes into consideration for the next round. So it was just a really good way for us to assess, and especially with so much new staff, how things were working and if the whole process was efficient. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I would just say that what we're trying to do in the agency is make things simpler. And in order to understand that, we've sort of, and this isn't the only program that's really undergone some pretty deep scrutiny to see how are we engaging both from a digital standpoint? How are we, what kind of hoops are we making people jump through that may be not necessary? And then how do we make a process, as Leanne intimated, that makes sense for anyone that's going to be trying to work with these programs, and doesn't put an undue burden on their ability to actually create and write a grant. I mean, I think sometimes we ask for things that are either ad infinitum detail that are not necessary, when in fact we really want to understand the big idea, and do they have a plan on how to execute? And from there, the rest of it is initiative and a little bit of luck, right? That we all would hope that they have. And so we want to try to make it easier, not harder. And I think this is where the feedback that can come from all of you is entirely essential and necessary, so that the number one, it becomes transparent, and number two, it's predictable, and then number three, it's effective.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add one other thing that we did observe as we were going through a lot of these, there's a lot of great ideas out there, but some of them might just not be ready for prime time, for lack of a better phrase. And
what we've been talking about is those that maybe didn't make this round, what can we as a program and a state agency do to go help those Indian entrepreneurs get to the next level? I mean, if they don't understand a business plan or need some work, we can then, in conjunction with the NABAs, go and say, hey, let's offer a different level of assistance here so that, these businesses and Indian entrepreneurs can succeed.
Yeah, I agree with Leanne's comment, but I guess one of the things that has always, since I've been on the commission, is funding businesses on the reservation. I've got the last few times I've looked and we've had like their Chippewa Creek, sure, rural members, what they live in Havard and in Samus Cook. And they get the grants over there. Is that helping the Chippewa Creek's economy? No. Yeah. That's helping somebody else's economy. I've always pushed for economic development on our reservation. And I don't, it kind of bothers me when I see that happening, Scott. It's just, it's been consistent. And that would be one of my recommendations. It's always been my recommendation for a change. That we had those positions, but there was X amount of dollars put together for at-large applicants. And that's where the other ones came in that lived off the reservation.
Right. Okay.
And that was followed for a while. Seems like things are changing.
So how long ago was it? Because this is the first time we've really kind of had that discussion in my recollection here in the last year and a half.
The last couple of years, really.
Okay, so maybe a little bit prior to us coming, it started to shift. Okay.
Coming on board.
I think that's worth investigating. I mean, it really, with Little Shell, obviously that becomes a problem, right? Because everybody's at large, but still.
Do it in our 4-county service area.
Yeah, or something like that, right? So I think that's worth some discussion. I don't know if we really have time here, but I think that's a valid point and it's definitely worth discussion.
And we've got Cheryl has her hand raised online. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Hi, thank you for this time to just give a comment. The Indian Equity Grant that you're talking about, that you're referring to, I also agree with the chairman and the vice chairman that, it's really important to have local review. I was on that review team a few years ago, and it wasn't necessarily just the tribal government that was reviewing them. It was actually a selection of people throughout the community, just as Richard had mentioned. So I hope that we're not using time efficiency as a reason to avoid tribal consultation, because that's kind of what it sounded like when you say that, the tribe might take 2 or 3 months to review something. But and regardless of that, we cannot avoid tribal consultation in any event. So going back to my experience, when I was asked to sit on the review board consisted of our tribal college, the Blackfeet Community College, some merchants downtown, and then our NABA people who is here, NACDC. And so we would all get together, a meeting would be called, and then we would, go through the business plans, select and rate them, and then it would go on to the state representatives that would do their thing. And so that was a good process. I don't know if that process is still being followed. I have not been on the review committee for a number of years. I know that NABA, which is our NACDC group, takes care of this, and they're good at what they do. But again, I would just like to make a point that I wouldn't want to do anything to hinder tribal consultation. And if it's something that you feel is a problem, then maybe we need to address that locally at each tribal meeting. The other thing is we don't have a business incubator here on the Blackfeet Reservation. And so what we have decided to do was partner with the Blackfeet Community College to create another business incubator. We've had one in the past, but they're grant driven, and so when grant money dries up, so does the program. We would hope that it could be sustainable this time around. But one of the things that gives us hope is that, through the US Treasury, there's those loan funds, the SSBCI tribal loan funds that are available to all tribes. The deadline has just passed, and we applied for our share. It's not a giveaway fund. You have to be, it's competitive, and you have to, have a good, a strong application. And what you have to do is you have to partner with a financial institution that has the record, if you will, or the experience in small business loans. And so with that, again, is NACDC, and they just really do a lot for our community. However, we need to open that up, provide more services at different areas throughout the community. And so that's why we decided to go with the Blackfeet Community College and talk to them about administering the technical assistance funds, so that we can capture those, I guess you would call them, the great business practices that most entrepreneurs have and small business owners, so that they know how to. You had just mentioned, some of our local entrepreneurs do struggle with not really knowing how to read financial statements, develop financial statements, or write a business plan. We understand that, but they might be great, and they might be experts at being a cattleman or being a welder, or that type of service that they're wanting to turn into a business. And so that is a gap on our reservation. And so with that gap, we've identified that the next step is to use these technical assistance funds. So I think that was just a great idea when the US Treasury, offered those small business loans to tribes, to again follow it up with the TA funds. So that's kind of what we're doing, and we're hoping to hear for what other tribes are going to be doing and if they're applying for their TA funds. I did get on the call yesterday. There was a call for tribal consultation through the US Treasury for these funds and for the TA funds. And I had asked that, do we have to stay with our NACDC group that is going to be administering the small business loan funds and have them do the TA, or could we kind of spread that around so that, because their staffing is small, and so the tribal college, they could incorporate that into a curriculum, or they could do CEU classes, or they could do night classes. So it just opens up, a door to a lot more, if you will, business education to entrepreneurs. And so they said, the tribal colleges are eligible to apply. Of course, it goes through the tribe, so we're the primary responsible, body. So we make sure that all the reports are in timely and so forth, and the drawdowns are done. But it's these entities in our community that'll be actually administering the funds and making sure that the people in the community have access to both the funds and to services and to training. So I just wanted to put that out there and just mention that, there's going to be some good opportunities for a lot of tribes here in Montana if they selected to apply for these funds. And somehow maybe in our future meetings, we could talk about how the SNABA or the Indian Equity Funds could perhaps, what would you say, I guess, complement those loan funds that are going to be out there. So just to put that out there, just to let you know that that's coming up. And then I know we've already passed the gentleman that had talked about the insurance auditor, but I just wanted to make a comment about that. I thought that was a great presentation. I didn't know if anybody brought up the idea of outreach. It would be great. I know he said that he'll come if we welcome him on the reservation. And, what we have experienced that seems to be working well is maybe once a month of Veterans Affairs, they'll come and they've to this Blackfeet Reservation, and they'll stay here maybe every Wednesday, once a month, and they'll just be open. The doors will be open to anybody that wants to go meet with them, wants to sign up for services. So I'm wondering if that's something that this his body of I guess his office could do, like put on a satellite here once a month and, at every reservation, and just be available. And then the PR could be done, because I know it's in our local paper every month when the Veteran Affairs person from the department, from the US government comes in for that day. And so people expect that. And then that's one way to, get in contact with our people on the reservation. I know Montana Legal Affairs has done that in the past as well. Just open up an office for the day, and we could coordinate with another, like maybe our revenue department, Blackfeet Revenue Department, or somebody could, set up a desk for him or her that comes to meet with clients. Because elderly abuse and all the insurances I talked about is so important. And a lot of our people here aren't going to be able to reach out or get to, to Helena or wherever, or even get on the phone or even do Zooms with, these people are out there that are helping. So if a satellite would be helpful. Those are the two comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
Well, I think we can get Cheryl, Sam's contact information.
Yeah.
And she can set up some with the communications director. And to Cheryl's other point, we are also looking at supplementing the Indian Equity Fund with that. What the state doesn't fund, we would look at the other applicants and try to build them up.
Yeah.
Do that, so it will be a real positive thing. And we did that one, sorry, Scott, we did that one other time with our CARES funding.
Yeah.
The ones that you guys did, then we kind of helped the other.
Makes sense.
With the smaller amount.
Yeah, I think what's apparent to me is that we lack a really defined, published process for this, right? Which is, something I'm finding regularly, in the agency. So my suggestion would be to Leanne that we actually publish a process with the timeline, how we're gonna go through all this and when the expectations are. So whether they're met or not becomes a different issue, but here's the process, A to B to C to D. We are trying to create workflow within our agency that is 100% digital, so that we alleviate lots of paper being passed around and everything else like that. And if we can set that up as a workflow that things get submitted, they go out to you for review, and then literally you check boxes or you make whatever digitally. I mean, this is my, ultimate view of, we get rid of stacks of paper and trying to figure out how to handle all this stuff. And then we make it from a technology standpoint easier to move along in a schedule that can be timely and address things as they're needed. So.
And I would ask Luke, when you do your announcement, if you can make sure that you say the state is funding this, because a lot of the members think it's coming from the tribe, and they start getting mad at us for not giving them more money.
Okay.
No. Read everything. I know.
Yeah, right. So,
Okay. And can I know one sense of good news is that Richard and said commission, we did pick on reservation businesses this year for 2023 round, and looking to do that going forward too. So just a lot of change management, so I can't go through everything step by, it's a lot of information, but with Leanne and Jason, I think we're making some good changes. Thanks.
Other questions on this for?
Yep.
So we're gonna get moving on to the next thing, which is presentation.
it's right there. There you go.
Chairman Gray.
Yeah.
Chairman Gray, this is Marilyn Wilson and commissioners. I was wondering if we could, because I am taking minutes as we're going, some of the people in the back, it's kind of hard to hear. And as a reminder, do you mind identifying yourself before you speak so that when the public does, if they do review this, that they know who's speaking? That would be really helpful. And that way I can get the minutes right.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you very much. We appreciate you making sure that we're all being really clear and trying to follow the rules and order here. Well, great. So I'm going to move on forward, if that's okay, Chair, with the tribal tourism update. See if I can share my screen here. All right, great. So the update that I have for you here is some happenings in the tribal tourism. A lot of stuff going on, and just some general reports. Let's see if I can get this thing to move through here. There we go. Go away from that. There we go. Okay. So just some updates. This is again Rochelle Brown, Tribal Tourism Officer. Wanted to let you know of some pressing due dates. So Eastern Montana Initiative, the staff member at Commerce, Carmen Levick, is the manager of that program, and she's on the line with us. So if there's any questions, she might be able to field those. So her cycle is, I believe, a $1 million budget. It is for anyone in Eastern Montana, which includes 4 of the tribal regions. So Fort Belknap, Fort Peck, Crow, and Northern Cheyenne governments could be eligible, their tourism departments. And this is a grant program focused on these targets for infrastructure, facility upgrades, construction, marketing and promotion, tourism product development, outdoor recreation improvements, and implementation. So that cycle closes the weekend after Thanksgiving holiday. So we've got about a week and a half, 2 weeks before that cycle closes. And if you'd like any more information on that, I have been blasting it out to everyone in our contacts, STED members, people with the MITA group, individuals that have submitted grants so far that I have seen. But if you need any more additional information to get that out, that information can be found at our website at Commerce, and it's in the Brand MT division. So my cycle through the Office of Indian Country Economic Development, our typical annual cycle is open now, and it closes November 30th. Our budget is $122,000 per statute for our program. And so this is a 50% matching program. And if you have, again, any questions about that, certainly let me know. At the beginning of the year, this is where we kind of going to roll into some of this event promotion. This last year, we were gifted with some additional money to do promotions across all the tribal regions, selecting one event that we could promote. So I have some additional data for you on that. But if we're not given the opportunity to fund that kind of a promotional campaign this next season, I would highly recommend that tribal nations consider applying for the event cycle that is through the General Office of Tourism. It's a $25,000 grant, 0 matching funds required. You can use it for marketing, advertising, event infrastructure, like if you need people with flags and cones and signage, ticketing, all those kinds of things to have a successful event. You could apply for this, and it is a first come, first serve cycle. They will award up to $25,000 until all the money is gone. So we really, really want to encourage everyone. If we're lucky and we get some additional funds in our department, we might be able to do another run of what we did this last year, but I wouldn't count on that. I would definitely encourage people to take advantage of this existing program to try to get some funding for that. Actually, before I move on, any questions about that anyone has for those 3 current grants? We've got the one for Office of Tourism, we've got my department, and then right at the beginning of the year, we've got the event cycle. Okay, and again, if something comes up later, please let me know. Moving on, so this is a little progress report on how we're doing with the grants that were awarded this last year. We have run into, like was expressed earlier, Delina mentioned, supply chain issues, labor shortages, weather, all sorts of things have made it very difficult for the Tribal Tourism Enhancement Grant awards, all of those projects to get completed by December 31st. And I spoke with my division administrator, Leanne. She said that we can pursue extensions on these grants, they will be extended to June 30th, 2023. So that will allow a full year time for those projects to get completed and to, adjust for these challenges that everyone has been facing to try to get those completed. So far, again, I've only received 2 requests for reimbursement of these awards from Blackfeet and Northern Cheyenne. But I really encourage everyone to continue to get those receipts into me for reimbursement so that you can recycle those funds and keep investing them in these projects to get them completed. The whole project doesn't have to be done. You can do it piecemeal fashion. So anyway, as far as we understand, and maybe Mr. Backbone might be able to speak to this, or we can wait until we hear from Crow Tourism Department. My understanding is that the buses for the Upsilica tours were purchased. I just don't know if they've arrived yet, and that there's definitely some really great materials being built with the youth for those tours. And then we do know that Crow and Little Shell applied for the Office of Tourism 23 cycle. And so there's a lot of encouraging things on the horizon as well. So we've got some really exciting stuff going on in terms of tourism. Rocky Boy with their vehicle was purchased for the bison tours. And some additional fencing is going to be needed to protect those powwow grounds from roaming cattle. Make sure that the investments that have happened don't get wrecked and torn up by the wildlife. And then Little Shell, as far as I understand, lots of stuff going on at Hell Creek Recreation Area, a lot of equipment purchased. Also, I've had trying to get some discussions going with finding additional resources to make the road Route 543 more improved. I understand the governor was out there this last summer with the National Guard. They did a portion of it. But I believe that is still a challenge. So we might have some folks here. They might need to find the other door there. I think these are our folks from the International Traditional Game Society. Great. So we'll keep going here. Yeah, so any comments on the current grants? Anybody want to share anything what's happening in their areas that you might know about? And if you don't, no problem. We can just keep moving forward. Hi there, Brandon.
Hi.
I'll introduce the gentleman just walking in. This is Brandon Fish, and he is with International Traditional Game Society.
How you doing?
And Brandon, are you on your own today?
No, Deanna wants to look for a partner.
Okay, good. Well,
Popular activity.
no problem. So feel free to come in, get comfortable. We'll be with you in just a few moments.
Okay.
So I'll email this to everybody. There's a lot of great information here that might be very informative for grant writing and for making some strategies about event promotion and what kinds of things, what we're getting into when it comes to some of this exciting metrics. So our department has an account with Zartico, and they can pull card spend data and mobile device counts for people that are coming into the areas. So you can really see who's coming from where, when they're coming, how much they're spending. And it really, just in a general way, without really targeting and following one person, you can get this great aggregate information that can be informative for future campaigns. And so Jim in our economics department helped send a lot of this data over. So these events are in order of what happened this last summer. At Fort Peck, which was the first event, and we only had about 2 weeks to get this promoted before this event happened. This graphic will show you on the left-hand side, we've got increments of 50 in terms of individual unique cards being swiped at locations within the geofence. The gray color are people that are considered residents, and the black color is considered those that are visitors. So you can get just as a general idea of the whole summer, when you have these peaks in number of card transactions, individual cards in the area being swiped at businesses. And then the highlighted area that's shaded there is the target in the middle, weekend before, weekend after, and weekend of the event. So you can get a little bit of a baseline to see, was there a change? Is that the typical activity on a weekend, or was there maybe something that was special about that event that brought a lot of people? So anyway, I'll have this for you to go through in more detail, but I'll just kind of give you a little preview of how this information is coming through. So for this event again in June, you have dollar amounts of what the average cost people were spending on when they were there. And during the peak season, you can see that the purchases exceeded $5,000 when it came to accommodations. That definitely seems very much in line with the target of that event. And then you've got food, gas, retail. So it kind of gives you a little bit idea of how much we're spending on each of these purchases. This is mobile device data. These are counts for where their cell phones were pinged or their mobile device was pinged at a location near any of these places like Alumni Park, Bundy Park, Candy Cane Park. This will just let you know where they're putting these points and where these geo points are and where they're tracking these devices, and then how many of these devices are getting pinged. And so that you'll just kind of, and then going through with the dates as to where they're going, what they're doing, where they're visiting, and how many.
So who did this? The state tourism department?
So Zartico is a company out of Utah that Commerce has a contract with. And then our economics department, they pull that data, and then Jim has fun creating these charts.
So they're geofencing just the reservation boundaries or?
No, I have given them the data points, the coordinates on Google Earth of exactly where each of the events took place. And then they draw a fence as to businesses that they can access data from. So they'll create a fence around that location. It could be feet, it could be up to a mile, radius. It depends on how many businesses are in that range. And then you'll be able to see kind of where people are going. This last example here is, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. This tells you the card holders, unique card holders, and what states they're coming from. And this is a comparison of 21 to 22. So this way you can go through and see exactly if you lost people from a state, gained people from a state. And then you can target where you might want to do potential out of state advertising. And so I have this for all of the events that were promoted, and you can see that we got a whole lot more people that attended this event within our own state as opposed to those that came from out of state. And there was maybe a drop of people from North Dakota. Less people came over, but who knows, maybe they just stayed in their own state too. And so this information is for you to analyze and to extrapolate the lessons that you think might inform you. And this is a really great segue for ITRR's presentation, because they are data collectors and they have some additional resources that they're gonna propose might be instrumental in getting on the ground data for people who are coming to your events, and how that again might further inform decisions, where to put money, where to put resources. And so I have this for all of the events. Just in the interest of time, I don't want to rush, but if anyone would like to have us pause on something, please let me know. But again, these go from card counts here at Northern Cheyenne. You can see the card count numbers are much lower. They're in increments of 10. They're not in increments of 50 like you had at Fort Peck.
Can you send us this stuff?
Yes, I have all of this for you. Yes. But essentially, I did this for each of the events. This is again what the dollar amounts were. Fort Peck, it was over $5,000. Over at Northern Cheyenne, it's $1,000. But you think about this also informs rural communities that have less businesses opposed to those that are in more densely populated areas. The Little Shell stuff was out of control because it was in Great Falls. So there are businesses all over. There was almost too much data. So the unique thing about getting data in rural areas is that it can be extremely informative because you're dealing with a smaller sample size. and you're not awash in too many numbers like in Missoula or something. Anyhow, so we got Northern Cheyenne. Again, these are the visitors and the mobile device data. And then the states in which people came, and you can see again, these numbers, you know, we're in the increments of 10 here as opposed to hundreds. So the great thing is though, is now you got a baseline. So from there, people can continue to build upon this information. They can put it into grant proposals. You can put it into measurements and metrics, which they want. And how are you going to measure the success of your event? There are ways that you can measure your success. So just wanted to make sure that you understood that these resources and tools are available through our department, through our office. And if you come up with additional ideas as to ways that we might want to change those geo fences or focus on another area or another time in the calendar, you know, you let me know, and I can work with our department to get that information for you. This is again mobile device stuff from June through September, and the target event of the event that we highlighted and promoted. So Crow Native Days here. What you'll see is Crow Native Days actually was one of those events that didn't get the promotion that we had ordered. Some of the out of home did not get placed. They had to credit us back. So Crow Native Days didn't get the kind of promotion that it really should have gotten. Therefore, we invested in Crow Fair later in the summer to make up for that missed opportunity for Crow Native Days. Arlie, again, these are in increments of 5, and you can again kind of see gray are visitors, black are resident. And then the target, and you can see that during that time, the most people came, you know, from that were doing the credit card. This does not count cash. So cash economy, if anyone knows that your economies are primarily cash, you know that these are very narrow reflection of what kind of economy is really taking place there. And again, yes.
Does a visitor or or is this defined by in-state and out-of-state between resident and visitor?
It's defined, my understanding is that
Geolocated resident.
yeah, no, from what I've been told is that a visitor is defined as someone who travels more than 80 miles to the event. So they could be a resident of Montana, but they had to travel at least 80 miles to get there. Yeah, so as you see, there's just so much here. I don't want to bore you with the numbers, especially as we start to get into the presentation from ITRR about what kind of additional data can be collected and kits that can be created. So I am going to be emailing this to everyone so that you'll get an opportunity to really dive into your own numbers. And if you have an interest in joining me, I'd like to have a Zoom call with everyone for a tourism planning session for us to prepare for that event cycle and how this data might be beneficial for applying for an event grant that opens right after the new year.
Very beneficial. The state's doing it. Why not?
And you can see in the chat, Carmen has provided a link so that if you want to get into that Eastern Montana Initiative grant cycle for the 4 tribes that are eligible for that, that's there for you. And let's see. And Cheryl's got a question there. I'll go ahead and just let Marilyn and Carmen continue to manage that. Sorry, can only do so many things at once. We got Rocky Boy here. Now, Rocky Boy was a combined event. So we actually set 2 geo points, one at the rodeo grounds and one at the powwow grounds, and then did a bigger geo fence so that we could incorporate both of those into this data. And, got to the thousands of dollars in terms of what people were paying money on. And this is one where the food came in pretty high. People were spending a lot more money on food at this event. and then all the different locations, these kind of, this rainbow that you see at the bottom, it doesn't render very well on this screen,
So
but
this stuff also
yeah.
helps us as tribes with our.
There are
like the
many.
Haver or, you know, Ronan, showing them, there's a lot of dollars being spent just because of these. events.
Exactly. That's the exciting part. This is such a great revenue generator. Hi there, Deanna, nice to see you. Business generator. I mean, it really is an economy that is very rich and it's growing. And now there's actually some way to prove it, especially when you're only dealing with primarily a cash economy. You don't get credit for what's going on because there's no tracking of it. But when you have the people that are coming through, especially the visitors, they don't tend to bring a lot of cash. They tend to also like to have their cards. And so when they're coming through, and the cell data is another place. Even if they're doing a cash economy, they probably have a cell phone. So even if we can't quantify how much they're spending with their credit card, we at least can count them in raw numbers in terms of devices. So those are all things that I think will really help. Yeah, go ahead. Did you have oh, sorry.
Yeah. So going to Sean Backbone, Crow Tribe Economic Development Commission member. I've been elected to the Crow Fair Board, the Powell manager last year, and then this year I got reelected again. And what we're doing is the economy part. So we get a per cap every quarter from our coal, the dying coal. We get about 300 each tribal member, so it equals about 15,000 members, about 4 million. And that economy, so we get paid. They don't stop in Hardin, they go straight to Billings. Crow Fair, Christmas, and Easter. So being an ambassador, it's our 104th year. So I've been into Yellowstone County right now. All our money goes to over there. It doesn't ever come back. We don't have we can't really make it spin. So, the data from that native days, it's just a dime. It's like a trickle into Crow Fair. Crow Fair, it was about 25,000 people.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we got 2 events. But what I'm trying to say is the neighbors, the non-Indians, they don't come. I mean, we are a treasure and of everything, of all culture, tradition, language, everything in the state of Montana. They call it a treasure state, but I never seen a treasure yet. So how do we make the non-Indian come spend their money, spin it? Man, we got the best jewelries, the best fashion, everything. And if you want to see something like the parade is like a $40 million parade of heirlooms on horseback. I mean, it's that. So what I'm trying to, how do we get the, because we can't control them, but how can this businesses from out of our reservation influx their money into our reservation? Kind of give us a shot of steroids or something, insulin maybe, I don't know. But, but that's what I'm kind of at. We can't make that spin. So how with what you're doing is we need to kind of, it's only 45 miles, man. Billings is only 45 miles. I go there like 50 times, 60 times, but I never see a license plate 3 come into my reservation and spin it, So it's kind of, we need to, so right now I'm an ambassador for it. So I'm trying to really influx that, work on them and then bring them, so that's the whole thing. Because we're the 7 tribes, 8 tribes, we're something that we're a treasure to be seen. And it's kind of where our language is going, our land is going, all of that is going. I see it in my own eyes. There's 15,000 Crows and only 2,000 speak the language right now. Our blood quantum is going, the water is going. So how do we make that economic development the way I've seen it is to make it spin back into our economy, and then where so yeah, the data is good, but we need to get it to like pinpoint data, because you got like Crow Fair, man. It's like outside, you can't even find a parking lot,
Yeah.
And then, so things like that, it's an influx, that's a huge influx, but it's mostly us, the powwow people, they're from all Indian tribes, they're not, they're Indian tribes, they come.
Sure, they're
So,
participants.
yeah, but we want to bring this other and educate them that, it's something to see. We're something
Yes.
to see,
Yes.
and visit. So that's my question. So, yeah. Just a thought.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
The numbers here for Crow Fair,
Mhm.
but this also is for the whole summer. This confirms a lot of what you just said, that the black is visitors. And that you had the, Native Days, which happened closer to the left-hand side, that high peak is Native Days and the battlefield. And then as you go towards the end, that's the second event for Crow Fair. You've got the peaks there, but even though these are dramatic in terms of how they look, you have to also look at the fact that we're talking about quantities of 10 on card count. These are not people, these are people that are using credit cards. So this is what, how many unique credit cards? Well, how many places can people actually swipe a card in Crow Agency? Like if they're going to Crow Fair, they're probably not swiping a card at vendors, right? They're most likely paying cash.
Some of them have to.
Some of them have the square,
yeah.
so they would be captured here. But that would be another way to get some additional way to quantify how much money is being spent in these places. And then again, these are card spend and the dollar amounts. So obviously big retail going on. So that goes along with what you're saying, square. People are going through, they're like, I want jewelry. I want some, mementos to take home from this event. I'm gonna get some t-shirts. So those are retail, that blue big spike is over $2,000 in retail purchases. And then you got the other stuff with the food and there's not a lot of, the gas, but I mean, where are they gonna stay? They're primarily camping. So if there was some glamping or something that people could rent, there could be additional stuff captured that way. This is a mobile device data, and these are in the increments of 100, increments of 25. So that again tells you during that time of Crow Fair, when a lot of people were coming through.
Okay, so maybe you can put a ping on the Crow Nation Express.
So that's great. This, the other thing is they're always looking for data points. If when you look at this and you say, hey, there's 3 businesses that we could put on an ad to capture, you tell us they'll be able to put a point down and they'll be able to capture it. It has to be either a cell phone, it has to be near a tower, or there actually has to be a business there that has the ability to do a credit transaction. Perfect. So these will anyway, well, I'll wrap this up. This information is for everybody. I will make sure to get this copy out to everyone. You'll see here, this is the little shell. And we have, increments of 2,000, but that's also because the place where it happened at the Centene Stadium there's all these businesses. It's in a huge, populated area. So it's a lot harder, to determine, but you can look at all the activities that happened at that stadium. And then how did your event fare with the other, like people coming for a ball game? Well, you guys had just as many people coming for the powwow as people who would have been coming for the ball game. So in some ways you can do your own comparison that way. So thank you. This one's a little harder. Because the data guys get real excited, they start throwing all sorts of charts and stuff at me. So this one's called a heat map. And it almost looks like a computer chip, but it will tell you in terms of, according to the color chart down below, where you're at in the numbers of people coming through. And these are in thousands. But of course, this is also Great Falls. So, if this heat map were applied to all of the events, you'd see more rainbow colors because of the variations and numbers of people who have attended. So, and then key takeaways. This is just from our last STED meeting and this Zartico data, establishing a baseline of data. You could do comparisons year after year, so you can really measure your success, and you can use that for your grant applications. It's going to inform your decisions for campaigns, how to adapt your campaigns, who to target, when to target them, how to target them. That's all going to be really informative
for your decision-making and for your tribal councils to decide where they might want to invest resources outside of when you apply for additional outside funds. So this stuff, again, is going to strengthen your grant applications. It's going to give you all the things that you need to say, hey, we have a way of measuring. We have a way to determine if this money is being utilized the right way. And again, economic development, revenue generation, and potential. So what Troy Downing was saying was leveraging to try to get investors. If you can show investors, investment groups, that there is money being spent, that there is money for them to make in these areas, they may have more of an interest in building a hotel, putting in a restaurant. When they didn't have any way to measure it before, who knew if it was gonna be a rewarding enterprise? But I think that you're gonna be able to utilize all these data sources to be able to leverage and attract investors. And then again, great for event planning, infrastructure. You'd certainly want to make sure that you've got enough staff to manage the folks that are going to be coming for your event, that they've adequate restrooms and adequate vendors for food and things like that. Chairman Gray said the last meeting, tribal involvement in consultation in advance, it's only going to make things better. So if we are in a silo at Commerce and we're not including the voices for which these events are being held and hosted, then we're missing major parts of the equation to have successful campaigns. So the more we can get in advance, months in advance, time for you to bring these things to your tribal councils, to get feedback from your community, to have your powwow committees come on board, that all those things take time. So the more lead time before the implementation and the more consultation, the more successful all these, exercises will be.
Well, also you get a better buy.
Better buy, exactly. And then again, time and money. We only had 45 days to put this thing together. I think we did pretty good under the circumstances, but big lessons learned. Let's see if we can maybe adapt those to apply for the event grant cycle, please, please, please. Because that leverage plus whatever we might be able to have again awarded from the legislator to our department, then we can put these things together, match these funds and make them go further, bring those people that are non-natives to the events that you're wanting to grow, as Mr. Backbone had mentioned. And then tribal radio stations, Mr. Sangre had mentioned that tribal radio stations should be utilized. They're all over, and Native American talent, pay the people that are in your communities to do the work to promote your communities. So those are things that we want to help support and get out there. I just found out yesterday that some folks from CSKT and from Blackfeet were hired as extras on Yellowstone and are in this season. They've all have confidentiality agreements, so they won't tell me for sure, but I saw them on there. I was like, I know, I recognize you, So we're the more we can infiltrate and continue to have the image of the Native Americans of Montana be positive, be reinforcing, a place of pride, and for the youngsters to get involved and to see themselves being represented is really important. Again, rolling campaigns, the longer, the earlier, the more they roll through, the more that message gets in and people come. Anytime you can do videos and get those onto your websites, and then if you have videos produced, share them with us, we'll get them on our websites. Videos are really the thing that people are spending more time. It's more engaging. They want something that they can sit down and kind of take in. And so our web metrics are showing that the pages that have videos have the longest views, and people then from there want to go and look and find other videos that they can watch. The billboard placements, and like Chairman Gray had said, we only, we were talking about billboards. He said we only get 7. So a picture speaks 1,000 words. We only get 7. So the pictures are really important. And if I had this picture up on that billboard all washed out, someone driving by at 80 miles an hour would not have been able to see it and would not have been able to read it. So, okay, cool. Let's see. I think that those are that's it. Any comments, any questions? I'm gonna hit end to stop sharing. Okay. So we have a few new people. Yeah. Okay, great. So we have the ITRR team. They're up next, followed by the International Traditional Game Society. So Brandon, would you mind introducing yourself and Deanna and anyone else? Oh, is there something I'm missing? Oh, sure, yeah. Would you mind?
Sure.
Great, and we'll have you do your full presentation here soon. We just want you to introduce yourself and Deanna.
Okay, ni tanu ku asen pito poke mo ko i ni mo tuk tu ni tunu ang kapekani sisake ti te piwa na anasta hiriki na anasta toxic. Oh, my name is Brandon Fish. I come from the Blackfoot Nation, part of the Blackfoot Confederacy. And I am a lead instructor for the International Traditional Games. Good.
Okay, Sanitani, Mitsu Nitani Vienna leader, mother of Blackfeet daughter and grandmother of two Blackfeet grandsons. 30 years in education with the recovery and restoration of the traditional games. Retired from Browning Middle School, Arley High School, Plains with the Kootenai, and I finished my work in Dugan Colburn's job as Director of Indian Ed in Great Falls.
And moving is part of our presentation.
Great.
Okay, Naganago, Sa'amatapi. My name is Dugan Coburn. I'm the Director of Indian Education in Great Falls, Montana. I'm a member of the Blackfeet tribe. I'm part Cree, part Chippewa, part Klamath, and part Pit River. So thank you for letting us be here today.
Thank you, Dugan. Well, great. I don't know if we want to just keep rolling. You want to give it a little break? Yeah. Great. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back with ITRR's presentation. Okay. Thank you, you guys. Oh, geez, Louise.
They coordinated with Cokeboro.
The Nomad Games.
Yeah.
So when I met with them a month ago, I told them about the Nomad Games. And they're not coordinated at all, but what they do know is we talked about the idea.
Right.
We discussed that their games are going to be, and I can mute it here. How We'll be getting started in about 2 minutes, just giving everybody a minute to get something to eat and drink, and then we'll be right back at you.
That gives them something to write about for your essays.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Sure. Sure.
So.
Good for both. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, so Melissa just sent me hers and it showed up just fine. So, yeah, I don't think yet.
So that works. This one is, I think it gets sent, it's like, I have to download it from Google OneDrive. And then,
Okay.
which gives the state.
Yeah, so did you send it already?
I did.
Okay, I don't know if I can see.
I think
I know, that's what I was.
It's like,
John is like, I don't have it.
It's like, that doesn't work here.
No problem. And so the in our ACH, hopefully that comes up as a recent contact. Yeah. And then any water, drinks, anything for you guys over in the cooler? There's juice,
excellent.
there's ginger ale, sparkling water.
Thank you. Anyway, I could plug this in.
So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do a flash drive, because the state computers are really sensitive about flash drives.
Yeah.
However, ITRR might be.
I have my computer.
Because hers is college, not state, so.
Unless you can print off some more.
I have, so this isn't where my normal office is. I don't have any printing capacity.
Okay.
Do we need separate or copy?
Yes.
Oh, that is,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, do I hand these out usually?
Yeah, once you're
Okay.
ready, yeah. Or you
Okay.
can
I got on the
I can
Wi-Fi.
hand it out.
All right.
Yeah.
So I just need
It's great to see you in person.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for the meeting last month.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
well, so yes, he has a flash drive, and so is your flash drive is for that. Okay.
So you're in.
And then nothing that you want to do for like a presentation up there?
No, we are.
Okay, thank you,
Oh,
Leanne.
that's nice.
Okay.
Unless, the only video I'd like him to see is the World Nomad Games. Just to touch it up.
Also, how about the one on your guys' website? Because I was looking at that, but it showed the children playing the game in the field. I think that was up in Browning, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be a good one.
yeah,
Is that okay too?
yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can get that queued up. Now, of course, not yet. You guys are gonna be on
Yeah, right
after these folks, so I'll make sure to work on that. And okay, thank you. Okay, good. I'll pass those out.
All right.
Okay, thank you everyone for sticking with us here. We're gonna get started here in just one moment, and I'm gonna do a quick check-in. How's everybody online doing? How you doing, Marilyn?
Doing well.
Hey, Cheryl.
I'm doing well.
Cheryl, I'm good.
Great. Thanks, ladies. And thanks to my two crew members over there from Brandon T, Michelle and Carmen.
I know, way more exciting than what we're doing.
And let's see here. So in just another minute here. I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen and get this next presentation ready.
Talk about today, so you just get to look at the games. Mike and Mary talks to them, like playing. They gave us to add conference.
Check out our boss. That's all we do. Whoa. I know, I just understand what it is.
shooting there. He was talking and throwing F bombs.
No way.
That's Jason right on the floor, I guess. Cool guy.
Oh.
Oh, man. That's a neat, I've never been in here since the 90s. So.
In this building?
Yeah, I've never been in that place either.
Mhm.
Fourth floor, so
Mhm.
super crazy.
Nice. All right, so this is gonna be interesting. This will be good.
Mhm.
We're determined.
So would you mind see if they're ready to get going here?
Girls and boys.
Those are not.
So after everything, fundraise.
Well, that was quick. Like you said, you know this building pretty well.
Yes.
Okay, we should probably reconvene here soon.
Anyways, I really enjoyed it.
Whatever helps out, I guess.
There's a lot of.
For my boss.
Yeah, we got pretty far.
Anyway, they said, yes, we hired someone out of South Dakota. And
There might be two.
And they were in her building. That we had trained all 5 of us. We're like, we're hired here. You know, so we don't know. Yeah, it is. It's really funny to hear. And we've all operated.
Yeah. Loda's mom.
Yeah, we're trying to, sister's lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna recess.
I'm only being able to get it, it's too big, so it's making me keep it.
Yes. That was a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Every time you save it as an email, and it's still too big.
Thank you. So I'll see you.
Right, okay, well, good deal.
And then we can send it to people.
Sounds good. Yes, we can, yep. It's just.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene, try to keep this moving, going, this train going down the road, go down the track. Please, that was, yep, that's for you. Okay, 11:08.
You might.
I'm your clicker, I'm your scanner, I'm your finger slider.
Thank you.
Yeah, you just give me the cue and I'll try to go slow, not make people dizzy. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be reconvening this meeting. So Chair Gray, is it okay? Okay, so the meeting is back on. It is 11:08 a.m. on for the STED meeting, November 16th. Our next presentation is the team, Melissa and Ben from ITRR. And we'll let you guys go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. You can go ahead and go to the next slide.
Okay.
Good morning. We are so grateful to be here. I'm honored to be presenting to you. And this is Matthew. I'm Melissa. I have been in the position 5 months. So I have worked extensively with the Eastern Band of Cherokee in North Carolina in building mountain bike trails and outdoor recreation for economic development. I have worked at Appalachian State University where I was a professor. I've also worked with small business development centers for 5 years. So I kind of have a unique background that brought me to this position. But we have a great team of social scientists. And I'm just giving you kind of an overview. You can email anyone on our team or call or ask any questions that you have after we share the data and what you're interested in. I'm going to make this quick because I think Brandon's presentation and what's coming next is way more exciting than us. So we'll probably go through some slides really fast just so you have an overview. A little bit about who we are. We are celebrating our 35th year of conducting tourism and outdoor recreation research for the state of Montana. That's really exciting. And I also want to tell you, from being from out of state, I have always known about this institute in graduate school. It is an envy of the country. And we do some really unique survey techniques to get at who's coming to our state. We work closely with Commerce and the tourism office when we talk about this mobile location data and how we market to get tourists here. We ask them why they're here, what they're doing here. We talk to them. And so we are funded through the bed tax, which was very foresight for the state to do this. All states have a little research arm somewhere, but we have a pretty robust system. We also work on additional grants. For example, we're part of a $40 million 5-year grant with the National Park Service. We're with other institutions and universities, and we get task orders, and we go and intercept visitors and ask what they're doing in the parks. We can go next. So some of our areas of research, we're really here to provide citizens, leaders, policymakers with objective tourism recreation research to inform decisions. One of the reasons we're housed in a university is that we have strict guidelines on how we conduct research. We go through an internal review board. It's unbiased. We have methods that we follow, so that's an advantage. We look at economic impacts. Matthew will talk a little bit more about how we find out about visitor characteristics and expenditures. Niche market studies, we look at outdoor recreation. You may come to some of the upcoming economic outlook seminars that are going on. We go to 7 places, and we do that with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research. So I'm excited to be part of that this year and travel across the state. And you can kind of see who uses our data. I will say we've been working with FEMA and have been working with the State Emergency Office right now. They were so excited to learn about all of our data and know where people are. If we have fires or natural disasters, if you have a lot of tourists in that destination at that time, how you evacuate, how you do things. So, but you can see we work closely with our tourism office. And I'm excited to work with Ben and Jim on some of the economic stuff. So we're really combining a lot of this data. We have ongoing research that we always do, and Matthew will talk about that. We have on our website data sets that you can click and find the area that you want and go. We go all the way down to the county, which state and federal data does not usually do. And also we run in quarters. Once we close out a quarter, our data is available within 6 weeks. That's kind of unheard of in this kind of market. So Again, we have quarterly non-resident travel data. If someone intercepts you or talks to you at a gas station or an airport, it's probably us. We'll talk more about that. Go ahead. One of the things that I think that would be really appropriate here to share, and something that give you a little background, we have projects come to us in multiple ways. I would say we're kind of like McDonald's and we make hamburgers. We produce the non-resident and resident survey data. That's what we do. Then we do other projects. And we have a governor appointed council. It's called the Tourism Advisory Council. Every fall, anyone in the state can propose projects. We review those, look at what's within our wheelhouse. And then this advisory council meets and votes, and we discuss that, which we're going through that process right now. I will tell you, as I've stepped into this role, the council and the Commerce and the governor's office wants more emphasis on helping you all with research. And so one of the reasons I'm here is to listen and learn and know how we can do that. We do get the mobile and the visa location information, which is great, but we want to know why people are coming, what they're doing when they're here. Are they satisfied with their experience? What would they like to see different? How can you improve these events and actually talk to the people on the ground? And so that is an initiative that we have. But something we do are survey kits. For example, we just finished with the Dino Shindig down in Ikalaka, and we used a little bit of mobile location data, but we produced a report for them, intercepted visitors, and they got a lot of good information out of that. So we do these, they are a service. Some of it can be included in our projects we're already doing, or an event can pay us $500. It's a really great deal. And then we give you a report, and you can use that as a community. I'm gonna let Matthew go, and he's gonna roll through this really fast. And yeah, if you have any questions, let us know.
Can you actually go back to last?
Sure. Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah. And so this one's, I'm Matthew from ITRR. So this is kind of one that I think is a little bit more immediately deployable. This is kind of what we do for events, the survey, kind of a survey in the box. And again, I move around too much. And so again, as Melissa mentioned, I think our data is a little bit more reliable in those articles. You'll find that we get a lot more of the same information, but instead of talking, instead of looking at credit cards and cell phones, we're talking to people. And so that provides us, when we ask where are you from, we can get down a little bit more detail, pinpoint, as you said, a little bit more what's going on, and see how much is actually spinning, what those people are interested that are actually coming in to spend, and sort of so that you can better target your marketing. Be a good example. And so this is something, as she said, it's very cheap. This kind of service costs tens of thousands of dollars if you go out and consult. And so mostly what we do is we put together some questions. We work with the event to figure out the questions and what more information that they want. We load that up on an iPad. We loan that out. The responsibility of the event is to collect the data, hire some volunteers, and go in, and then we get that data back and then take out a little bit of a report, and consider some recommendations and negotiate with or talk with the event organizers to figure out what might be applicable for them, what's going to help them moving forward. Okay, next one. Our big bread and butter is the quarterly non-resident travel data. What we got out here is we're going out and we're doing a two-stage survey. We're intercepting people around the state. We have usually 8 to 11 employees scattered through the state. They're surveying at gas station and airports, and they're trying to capture all those non-residents. Most travelers go through gas stations and airports, and so we do get a pretty good representation of that. And next slide. So here's kind of our survey areas currently that we are covering. Again, we're trying to get a big swath of the state. Next slide. And so we do have a scientific approach to our data collection. This is something we're very proud of. We get the risk to. We have that standard academic methodology that we kind of employ. So we do a little bit more unbiased estimates. Let's go next one.
All right.
Moving on quickly. All of that available then comes available, or all of that data becomes available on our website. We have interactive data reports. where you can go in and select your county. You can select, what are people attending? What are they interested in? You can select by purpose of trip, why they're coming here. And you can kind of filter down and sort of get a lot more of a sort of that nuanced picture of your area, of your event. And again, it goes down to county level. Some bigger cities, we will go to the city level. So we have good sample sizes for that. And also available on our website, you can see the publications, the most recent findings. We put out all of our reports. And so as we said, we've been working with national parks, state parks. We just did that Dino Shindig event. All of that information is also available. So you can go read up on that, see some other things that we do. If that's of interest to you, we can certainly have those talks, figure out what kind of events you want to do for other projects. Next slide.
Yeah, I'll go over real quick. When you see data reported on how many visitors come, what they're spending, that's from us. And so I will tell you, since 2017, we've had about 12.5 million visitors every year. It stayed pretty steady. COVID had a little dip. I know that we felt crowding at different times during COVID. And we attribute some of that to even residents going and checking out new places. The only thing that was open was the outdoors. And there's a lot of it in Montana. So you can kind of see, you can go into our data set and see exactly where people spend, what they're doing. Go ahead, next. I'll go through this kind of fast. We do have the different regions that you can see where people are spending money. And then again, you can kind of see the dip. Something that's happening, and it'll be in future slides, but I think almost 80% of people that come to Montana have been here 5 times or more. They are staying longer, so almost 5 nights, and they're spending more money while they're here. And some of it's like, well, if they're staying longer, they're spending more money, but costs have gone up. Hotels have gone up, gas has gone up, so they're spending more money. We're seeing that nationally too. People have a little more time, they can work remote a few days, added on the front or the back end, and they're staying a little bit longer. So Montana has a very loyal tourism market. They come to go outside. This should not shock you. So we ask them what they do, where they go. You can see mountain forest, open space, rivers, the 2 parks are in there, wildlife. Those are your top things. That's what people are coming to Montana and doing. And I think that's why it's important to create that relationship where tourism and outdoor recreation work together, right? We have to protect our outdoor infrastructure. We have to build systems that people can park and do things, and then protect other wild places. And it's integral to this economy. So keep going. I'm just going to roll through these. I mentioned to you the repeat visitor, first time visitors. You can see a lot of them had a lifelong dream, or they've been planning this for many years. I know that my family, I'm originally from Indiana. That's all my dad wanted to do was come to Montana and see the things he read about as a kid. So that was a dream of his. So when I kind of see this first time visitor, it resonates with me. You can just keep rolling through some of these. We do ask when we intercept them if this was their main trip, if they were just coming through, what they were doing. Most people, it's their main trip. We ask, like, how long before the trip did you plan? Something that's changed during COVID, people don't plan as far in advance as they used to, and for obvious reasons, but that's been something we're all adjusting to a little bit. So we ask about public lands. This report is actually out on our website if you want to understand more about public lands and what they do. Something that did came up that was interesting. Go to the next slide, Rochelle. People were concerned more about not having cell service than a wildlife encounter. And so that was interesting. Yeah, and I also think something that is interesting is people really like the visitor center or the ranger actually patrolling. You think about education, they want to talk to someone and understand. And so that is certainly understandable. We have worked closely with the state parks to institute a counting system like we do. Basically, the state parks are trying to understand who's coming, how often they're coming. We've helped them calibrate that. We're looking at fishing sites, water sites. It's really hard to count people on rivers, by the way, especially when there's no permitting and there's a lot of access. I think about the Missoula corridor and like, I have never seen so much crowding on a river. I think I could have walked on and just walk the river. Yeah, so I think there's a real demand to understand that, but we know there's been, of course, record-setting visit, continues to be record-setting visitation. So you can just kind of go to the end. We're
Sounds good.
We wanted to go fast, but this is what we do. We are here for you. You can call us, ask us any questions. If there's data you specifically want for a region, we can help kind of pull that out and pick through it. And then thinking about your events and how we can help you understand who's coming and measure any of those impacts. We are funded through the state and we're here to help you do that. So
How many kits do you guys put out at an event with someone that works with you to do a survey? They help develop the survey. You load the information on the iPads.
yeah, we ship the iPads.
So
and
how many iPads go?
it depends on the event, whatever
Okay.
you need.
Okay.
Yeah, and you don't need Wi-Fi for those iPads. We have this special iPhone that you just do it all there. And then when you get Wi-Fi, it downloads it all into our system. Yeah, so.
Richard.
How do you gauge the economic impact of, say, the Crow Fair? If Sean were to get a hold of you and like to see what the economic impact was that for the city of Billings, or in Bighorn County, how could you work that?
So part of that survey kit is kind of what we also do with the non-resident resident studies, is we do ask about spending. And so a little bit different than that, we don't just capture credit card spending, we do get the cash. And so we're asking people, as we survey them, what are they spending? And then based on how many people go to the event, we sort of pull that back up to kind of measure the entire amount of spending.
And we have a program that we can put it in. And when you talk about that spending the money, we measure that, how many times it turns over. A big city, the money turns over a lot. In a smaller community, it might not turn over as much. You're always worried about leakage. That's why you want local companies to be in there and the money stays in the community, but we look at that. Yeah. And so we have some statistical software that helps us look at how it grows over time in an economy. Yeah. Great, thank you. I'm gonna pass around our cards and
Alright.
Brandon, I think you're up.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Matt, not Ted.
With my other IT guy, other data collector. All right, so our next presentation is going to be the Brandon Fish and Deanna Brady Leader and Dugan from International Traditional Game Society and Great Falls Public Schools. And I'm going to go ahead and if there's any questions for those that are online, please make sure to just raise your hand to get our attention, as you know, kind of doing volleying a lot of different roles here. Let's see if I don't know why I can't get that thing to go away. Let me get this stuff out.
So thank you for allowing us to be here and to be able to engage with us. This is our DXTU. It's a pouch of tobacco, sweet pine, cedar, and sage. And this is for your travels when you go home.
Thank you.
So I already went through my introduction. And through my tribe, that is how we are supposed to introduce ourselves, is to say our name, my grandfather's name, my dad and my mom. And this is how you know where we come from in our society. So what we are presenting is International Traditional Game Society Gathering of Families in 2023. During the start of the second week in October, ITGS has planned a week-long event that has initiated collaboration with local organizations and partners abroad in Indian countries. During the week of Indigenous Peoples Day, the International Traditional Game Society has set forth a tournament that reaches into education, games, art, music, team building, Indigenous cultural representation, and building community. This collaborative effort with the City of Great Falls local organization has agreed to host and celebrate Montana's Indigenous cultures. The purpose of this event is to re-identify our ways of knowing and understanding. There is a lack of representation in the City of Great Falls, and that is repeated throughout the state. The lack of representation of our identity is as a whole, and this is severely affecting our youth. Our ideas will help reinvent our approach to community-based needs throughout the state of Montana. What you see in front of you is a schedule of events. And on this particular calendar, these are what are already in place. The venues, the Great Falls Fairgrounds, Expo Park and Expo Hall, Exhibit Hall, First Peoples Buffalo Jump, Providence University, New Lewis and Clark Interpretive Center, Montana Children's Museum, Sam Russell Art Museum, Paris Gibson Square, downtown Great Falls, and the Great Falls Public Schools Indian Education Department have all agreed to either host an event or be a part of this event. So, but the venue for First Peoples Buffalo Jump, and that goes into our first day of gaming. It would be that Sunday, October 8th, the day before Indigenous Peoples Day. What we are asking from the tribes is that you send your teams to help with this event and to bring together an igniting of a ceremonial fire. The reason why this is important, and I've talked to several of my society brothers and my community, is that it's the bringing of the ceremonial fire that was put out almost 250 years ago when the extermination of the bison was exterminated off the plains. So we are reigniting this in our minds, in our hearts, and physically. So this idea came from a dream that came from our director. And what we are doing is we are going ahead with this dream and we're manifesting it into reality. So the Alliance for Youth, Visit Great Falls, for First Peoples Buffalo Jump, Indian Education, the Children's Museum, Montana Urban Indian Association, Helena Indian Alliance, Cascade County JDC, Little Shell Cultural Director, Sisters United, All Nations Wellness, and Native Connections. We have talked with all these organizations, and they are very interested in this, but we are still going through how we are gonna develop them and key them into different events. So the first day, we would do the commemoration and honoring of our original elders group at the First Peoples Buffalo Jump. The reason why that's important, because that is actually a traditional harvesting area and campsite. So we would be actually, we'd be reinitiating our traditional
homelands, and we would be creating all these tribes to come in. So the first day would be the Gallagher Families Healing Dance, and that is the powwow. And that would just be a contest powwow. So with the contest, with adult categories and our youth categories, we want our teams to be able to showcase their dancing, art, education, games, and be involved in the parade. The second day would be on Indigenous Peoples Day. And we have put Indigenous Peoples Day a part of our mission to advocate for that day to be recognized here in the state of Montana. And this is how our approach is gonna go is we want a jingle dress dance special, chicken dance, healing special, a clown dance, a switch dance, a hat and boot dance, and an owl dance. And the reason why we have these dances is because it was first came as a way of healing ourselves and our community and our families. And this is what we want to do is create this healing in our community, at least start it out. A lot of our communities are torn apart with just everyday lives in this inflation that we're going through. So we want to do 2 sessions, one in the morning and one in the evening. There's some expenditures on the sheets that was handed out. And then during the powwow, we also want to do a stick game tournament, but also we want to bring some type of entertainment to our youth. I don't know how many of you have heard of the Stony Hills Redskins. Dreas, Saval, or Foreshadow. Well, they are on the forefront of the music industry, and they are the ones that are, these are what youth today are listening to, plus more. So there is a preliminary budget for that on artist fees. But for that part, that would actually bring in the youth to be more interested in this event. So on the October 10th and 11th, that picture there is a picture of my grandfather, Mami Makoye Sika, Fish Wolfrobe and a 2-gun white calf. And that there is up by St. Mary's. And they're playing the game of intuition, you know. So for this tournament, which should be hosted at the First Peoples Buffalo Jump, if you would look at your maps that you have. Yes, there's a map. That's how much space we have to work with. We want to do a triathlon out there to where we set up stations of where they can do archery, lateral throwing, spear throwing, and then that's the original trail of our buffalo runners. And they would actually see that as they're running on top of this bison jump. And then on the bottom where the interpretive center is, we have fields where we can play. And then on the other side of that is where we would have our teepee camp. So they have agreed to host the teams or whoever wants to be involved in these traditional games tournaments. And they have agreed to host all the flags that would be brought in and to host a fire that would burn during these 7 days. So, well, that kind of sounds like the Olympics, right? That's what we're going for. We want an international traditional games Olympics to where we're inviting the world to these places and we could premiere our own culture, our dancing, our art, And we also want to platform our students. So, and that is the traditional games part. And then the conference, I will hand over to Dugan on what he's gonna talk about with education. Then I'll talk about the rest.
Thank you, Brandon. I'm Dugan Coburn, work for the Great Falls Public Schools. And we're backing this. We're gonna have a separate event that will be happening on the 12th and the 13th. And what we want to do is something that I didn't think of at first. I'm copying it from Fort Belknap. Fort Belknap has a day where they put their lodges up on a field. They bring elders and knowledge keepers in, and they have all the school kids come in and go through and talk to them. And you don't try to wear those people out. You let them change out all day. So kids are learning different things all day long. If you see a look at my proposal that I gave you, we have close to 1,700 Native American students in our school system, representing all the different tribes. We have 60 different tribes represented in our school, and we need to share all that culture that we can. This would be a great way during that first part of the year. We'd be busing in all of our fourth graders and eighth graders to this event, plus other age levels as we go along. And it's to get the kids to come in, learn some culture. We're going to have 5 lodges set up and give them 20 minutes to talk to the kids as they go through. We'll do it over 2 days so that we're not wearing people out. It should be a great event. It's going to be up at University of Providence in town. And we'll do the busing of the kids in, so it'll go on through the day and be done. It'll be open to the public to also come in and go through and learn about culture from multiple tribes, because we're going to invite knowledge keepers in from all around the state. So the budget that I gave you is to ask to try to get all of that set up and get those people to come in. After the first year, I could see us being able to maybe keep this going by using our IFA money that comes into our school. It's just that I didn't budget for it for that. But I could move some money to help keep this going as we move forward with this event. The event is going to be rather large, and so I'm kind of excited about it and bringing all those people in and all the different events. It's going to be really nice to have that many people coming in and sharing the knowledge with our kids. So on my side, we'll be doing that on Thursday and Friday, busing the kids around. One of the things I'd like to share with you guys is that it wouldn't be just Great Falls, the surrounding community will start participating. We do a bison harvest, and for the first time, Fairfield called and asked if they could go on the bison harvest with us. I said yes, and 25 minutes later, Cascade called and said, could we go on the bison harvest with you guys? So they're talking. And so for IFA standpoint, we're letting them go with us, and we'll be able to share information with them. We do a pipe ceremony. We share oral history stories when we do those things. And so it's very educational for all the people that attend. The topics that will be at those lodges, I need to talk with the knowledge keepers are going to be coming, but we'll set those up and make sure that they're worthwhile for all the kids. So I'm just looking for your support in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke.
So to kind of go off what Dugan was saying with the bison harvest, we want to approach different groups to be able to do a traditional bison harvest during this event. I've mentioned this to the APR, American Prairie Reserve, and to Anthony LaFramboise has mentioned it, but we haven't agreed on it. So, but that would be very meaningful because of the food sovereignty part of this. A lot of our kids aren't really exposed to it until they go into the Indian Ed department in high school. So we want to introduce these ideas. Also, we want to help with this. We don't want to compete for this. We want to help each other in this. So during Thursday and Friday of that week, we want to do a conference, and we have a list of organizations
what they would be talking about during the conference. We have yet to do anything as far as setting up times, setting up a rough schedule yet. So for the city of Great Falls, it'd be the library genealogy. And that would, you want to talk about that really quick?
The library genealogy department has received books from Canada, an extensive collection of the fur trading era across Canada and the upper US. And so once you hit that wall of as far back as you can go on tribal enrollment, if you know that there's ancestors within that trading group, they can take you clear back and into both directions of the history of the native side and back into Europe. And they're having open house. And the library is also contributing $1,000 toward paying for the powwow space, which is very expensive.
The CM Russell Museum, they wanted to do a linguist tour of art. And whether that be Anastapi, Iani, Absoloki, or Danae, whoever. But we want those linguists to go in and they want to actually film those linguists as they talk about the CM Russell Art Gallery and the different articles of clothing that is there. Dugan told me that they did a variation of it a couple of weeks ago, and they wanted to evolve that into a bigger event. So that would be at their facility, but they would also be talking during this conference, the linguist. Two Eagle River is a linguist, Cutswood, I White Clay. We have them as a partner. Western Native Voice, we have asked them to help support this conference. And we actually had a meeting with them yesterday, which is very, very impactful. And we have another meeting with them tomorrow to finalize what they want to do as far as partnerships. But with them, they wanted to do a educational seminars on legislative sessions and to be able to instruct our youth to be able to talk during when these bills need to be supported. DPHHS, suicide prevention. I've talked with Terrence LaFramboise, and he said they really had an interest for this. We're meeting with Lisa Evers actually after this meeting, so hopefully we get their partnership and see how they could support this conference and this week-long of events. All Nations would do the field coaching and reffing. Helena Indian Alliance and Fort Belknap Health and Wellness would help with the coaching and reffing with all these events that would happen. Alliance for Youth, coaching and reffing, EMS services would be our field technicians in case there is an emergency, and we would have them on the spot there. American Prairie Reserve, we have yet to hear back from them yet. Montana Empowerment Center, they want to do a disability learning station for the special needs kids, and they actually want to play these games during their Special Olympics. So we are going to set up a station for them to be able to play these games. And then Visit Great Falls would help with the lodging rates. Then Saturday, Central Avenue Parade. The theme of the parade would be Dog Days, Horse Days, and Iron Horse Era. So for the parade, we want to like super indigenize the downtown of Great Falls.
Nice.
And we want to have all the tribes represented during that space and that time. And this, our mission is to empower all of our tribes and our youth, our adults and our elders. And I feel like this gathering could be a catalyst to something even bigger.
Good segue. My daughter was 6 months old when I got a call from the superintendent here in Helena to attend the 1972 convention. Yes, I'm that old. So they were looking for a Native American teacher, and I said, I'm not Native, and they said, no, but you have a new baby at home. And so I went and sat at the table with 12 representatives from around the state, some from Crow, some from all parts of the state. And there wasn't a Native at the table. But heavy on my mind was the obligation of identity for that child. And that discussion was held around the table, and a recommendation that all Montanans should know their neighbors. And because of other things that were happening, kids from Fort Peck talking, and some of the legislators who felt it was important to keep that in the Constitution, it appeared there. My daughter was 36 years old by the time they put the policy behind it. When I was raising her here in Helena, I had the Helena Indian Alliance and Victor and Flora Running Crane and some good friends who helped me be a better mother to that child. But the one thing I worried about was her identity. So when she was a junior and I saw her starting to struggle as a 6 foot tall, beautiful young Blackfeet woman, I took my first job at Browning Middle School so she could go to school and meet all her relatives. And I was terrified about the first day. I didn't know what was going to happen for her. And she said, oh, Mom, I'll be fine. I believed that. She was already 6 foot tall. Anyway, after school, she came running in the front door, and I thought she was in panic, but no, she was in excitement. And I said, what happened? And she said, Mom, you won't believe it. There wasn't one blonde. Identity, how she felt at home right away. So through my career at Browning Middle School, we recovered 20 of those games that the Blackfeet children used to play. They only could identify 2 before we had that project. My next job was at Arlee. Kathy Felsman, Arlene Adams, and many people helped us recover Salish games. And we did a film of the hand game or the stick game for them back in those days. And then while I was working at Plains, we recovered Kootenai games. Salish Kootenai College is the first college that taught the traditional games class, because we're at about the 30th year of the research and restoration. Tim Ryan made this cedar canoe, which children played with. And we have a game that was recovered as the children were floating down the river. They had little cut sticks, and
Deanna, would you mind showing that just to the camera for those that are joining us online, just so they can, it's over in the corner underneath the TV.
Okay.
Just so you can get a little view of that artifact. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
And the children would take a small stick and a small hoop that they would make, and they would toss it in the air as the canoe was traveling down the river, or they would toss it to a friend in another canoe and catch it. If they lost either of these items, they could make it on the next stop. So that's the kind of knowledge that is coming back with all of this. But the reason the last 10 years that we've done IRBs is a study of our Native children on and off the reservation. Their identity is endangered. We need the language, and we need those cultural values back that teaches them their power in the world. I can't say enough about that. I have the study that we did on those IRBs, and I am going to leave a copy of it that can be sent out. But we had many people involved at the Little Shell building where our office is. And I don't have it right here, but We had this assistant superintendent of the state schools. We had administrators and we had kids from several different places in the state who said, we want to see ourselves. We want art, our languages, our dance. And even though those places are rich in Dugan's programs, the Crow, the Blackfeet, we've gone into all of those areas to share the games and recover them. They don't get together. Montana High School Association, 1934, nonprofit, takes a registration fee from every school for every sport. And all of those sports, many of them are team games that evolved out of American traditions of Native games. Every team sport, baseball, soccer, hockey. We've done the research on it, and you don't find those artifacts anyplace else except on this continent. So even though that we can think economic development, what needs to be first in our mind as we look at an event like this is to bring our kids together and our programs together so we can see everyone's good ideas and what's working. So once a year, we can bring everything in to one place to celebrate together the culture.
Okay, so my name is Millie Bareleggings. I'm actually a senior pre-med student at the University of Montana. I also study biology. I'm actually from Browning, grew up there most of my life. The reason why I say most of my life is because I also grew up traveling the rest of the state. My mom was a nurse for about 8 years. My father was also in forestry, so we traveled a lot, firefighting, traveling, nursing jobs and whatnot, especially when they were going to college. So the reason why I'm here today is because I want to talk about what she just brought up, was the cultural identity part. I got lucky enough to grow up in both worlds, meaning, I grew up on a reservation. I grew up in a very traditional family. My first language was Blackfeet, but growing up, I lost that. Having to move a lot, having to go from different schools, different communities all the time, having to learn how to talk specifically to certain types of people, and really just kind of losing who I was at my very foundation, which was Blackfeet, Nisitapi, or, me, myself as Millie. And so in middle school, I think my very first exposure to anything that had anything to do with my cultural identity was beading. And I remember we beaded a pen, I think, for a class project. And that was the first time I'd ever done anything like that, other than being home and going to attend ceremonies and getting to check out the powwows every year and doing things like the Ultimate Warrior, Indian Relay, things like that were like the main focal points of my summers and how I really spent my time growing up, especially on the reservation. But off the reservation, I really didn't have anything other than, maybe going to the mall or, staying home and watching TV all the time and learning how to bead or, reading from my mom's medical books, kind of why I'm a pre-med student. So, having zero access to those things, especially off the reservation, was really hard for me, especially having to learn how to talk with certain mannerisms, how to, get rid of my res swing, which, when I'm around certain people comes out a lot. They call that code switching. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room knows what that is. And having to learn that at a very young age really put, I guess, a lot of dampers in my path to success. In high school, a lot of times I felt like I was inadequate just because, coming from a reservation and then having to go somewhere else every other semester made me feel like I was losing out and made me feel like, hey, just because you don't know how to do this, you're not going to succeed. So as I got into high school, having access to things like this and having people come to my school, regardless of where I was at, to teach about Native games or anything like that, just really kind of put a perspective of how the rest of the world sees us. And just how much like that really is important to see, especially that representation at such a young age has a really huge impact. You know, for me, I'm not the kind to just sit back and be like, okay, well, they're not gonna do anything for me. I'm not just gonna sit back and do the same thing. I'm a go-getter, you know, kind of why I'm here. I don't like being told no. I really don't like being told who I should be or what I should be doing. So a part of why that, you know, having that cultural representation is important is because we, you know, she said that a lot of the games that we do today, like baseball, basketball, hockey, you know, came from us. The same thing goes for science, music, literature, things like that. Those all have really huge impacts throughout time, you know, because we've been here since time immemorial. And, you know, to be able to see that, especially now in modern times is really important, just because it gave me the power to say, well, I can go to college. Gave me the power to say, well, I can make a difference. It gave me the power to say, well, you know, regardless of what it was like growing up on the reservation and off the reservation, I can see other people out there that are being successful and, you know, trying to make these connections with having that cultural identity because it's been lost for so long, you know, especially knowing maybe 40 years ago, it was illegal to even speak our language or to, you know, have our traditional ceremonies. And nowadays it's totally acceptable, you know, and coming of age at a time where, you know, it is really difficult to talk about those kinds of things and say, okay, oh yeah, I went to a ceremony this summer, or I did this weekend, and having people that, you know, outside my community say, well, you guys still do things like that? You guys still live in teepees too? You guys still do this and do that? And it's like, okay, because these guys need more education. And we don't know how to do that just yet. You know, I feel like we do, but we don't, and we haven't done enough. So I think with this program and what it's trying to do, especially for a whole week long, incorporating traditional games, incorporating, you know, a traditional celebration like a powwow, stick games, all those kinds of things, is that representation. And to me, that's really important, just because, you know, having to be able to go home every summer and play stick game with family, or being able to go to a ceremony, or being able to see other people doing what I'm doing, but still holding on to their identity, you know, I think is the best thing that could happen, you know, because I'm only 25, and having other people that I can look up to, such as my brother here, to make differences like this keeps me going, you know, and to see that even though my elders feel as if the youth aren't learning, or the youth are this or that, you know, you hear that all the time because there's a huge disconnection, especially after the boarding school era. And, you know, with my being the first generation after that, you know, my grandmother was in boarding school, and having to see her herself suffer from not knowing, and then the rest of my family saying, okay, well, we do know because we didn't send the rest of our kids there, you know, and seeing that huge disconnection, and having access to people who are doing things like this, you know, really, like for my grandmother, personal experiences. She did a dry meat making class just like last month with the, oh geez, I can't, it was Fast Blackfeet in Browning. And, you know, for her to do something like that, she taught, I think, is it a Big Sky Colony, how to make moccasins, which is a Hutterite colony. And that was a really weird project for both of us, because we went in there thinking we were going to teach a bunch of white people how to make moccasins, and we ended up coming out speaking Russian. So very different, but a part of that was, you know, my grandma was like, okay, well, here's something that we could do. You know, we're trying to give knowledge, but we're gaining more than anything. And we got to learn more about our neighbors. I got to learn how to be a little bit more respectful of other people, regardless of where they come from. And I got to really understand what it meant to be an American, I guess, what it meant to be a Native American, and what it meant to grow up in Montana with all this diversity. And all people don't think there's a lot of diversity, but there is, especially with how many Native tribes are federally recognized here. And to see that in schools, and to be able to teach youth younger than I was, I think it would be have such a huge impact, especially with how many kids aren't as lucky as I was to grow up in a traditional household, and to be able to also travel and figure these things out and do weird random projects like that. So Thank you.
So just real quick, I don't need to stop the presentation. You keep going. I'm gonna run out and grab the food, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes. And I know that, Brendan, we'd love to hear from you, Deanna, about how you would like, in what ways the tribes could be involved.
Okay.
What would be the next level if they were interested in bringing this back to their tribal councils to see about what level of involvement they might be able to contribute to, additional resources you might be looking for. And then I think also following that, if we might break, but I know that the Director Osterman had the experience of going overseas and talking about the World Nomad Games and how this could be a fantastic platform to build upon something bigger in 2026. And so anyway, I just want to give those little nuggets and then I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay. At the Little Shell Tribe second floor in 2018, before COVID, we brought people together, the youth and the adults across the state, to talk about this identity problem that the kids were having. And I have the results in this study here of what they recommended that we're basing our ideas on, and interviewing these kids and knowing what they want. So I'm leaving this with her. I don't have extra copies, and maybe we can have send some out.
So we have permission to reprint it.
Yes, that's the minutes from the meeting, and Don Wetzel was there, the assistant school superintendent. You can see the familiar names on there, and a lot of people from the different Native nations. One of the things that I did see in my own family that supports Millie is that once the identity is set and there's a path of confidence, my daughter managed the Allen Hauser Foundation down in New Mexico, and when she finally came back to Montana, she helped with tribal tourism up there at Blackfeet for many years with the campgrounds and teaching people how to set up their own bed and breakfast. And you know, there's hardly any housing around when you've got those basketball games coming in. And the more Airbnbs you have, the more people stay, and they'll buy breakfast the next day and lunch the next day. So just a hint on that one. And the skills that Millie's developing and the skills that my daughter evolved with put her as manager of the care center, the nursing home, for the last 10 years. And where she did the state and federal reporting, that foot in both worlds is what our kids need, but they need the confidence first to be able to do that and to survive when they step into a new situation. So this lets them see each other. And if we can put this together, the things we need, we still need somebody. We've got a theater. What do we want in it? Do we want to hear some of the Crow lullabies? You know, what do we want to use that stage for? What should be in the conference? We'll take recommendations. We know we want definitely the language groups, the representatives from our language schools. We need revenue. That powwow is going to cost us $10,000 just for the building for the stick game tournament and the building for that big powwow. And we're a very small organization. There's 4 of us, half-time executive director. I do a lot of volunteer work. Brandon was hired under a Murdoch grant to do outreach. And that is why you see all of these partners, is because he's gone in and he sat down with the Children's Museum and said, look, the Browning kids are coming into the museum and they don't see themselves in any of these stations. So they're designing a new station that is a representative of many tribes of Montana, especially Blackfeet. Do you want to tell them about that?
With the Children's Museum?
Yeah.
Well, they approached us because nobody else was responding to their emails. So they actually we are reinventing an area and how we would understand our ways of knowing and how we would view our world. So what we're doing is, I told them that we should look at it
from a point of a lodge. So we call it Creator's Lodge or Turtle Island. So we're actually gonna put a turtle on the floor, and we're gonna have access for our elders or local elders to come in and teach kids about the turtle. The three the three metaverses, the water beings, the ground beings, and above beings. And we're gonna have local artists, hopefully the students, paint all these caricatures of all of our creation stories on the wall. And all the kids of Great Falls that go into the museum are gonna see that. So we are actually gonna do a grand opening when that does happen. We have included Anthony LaFramboise in this, and he's the one that's doing it for the for Anishinaabe. And then for us with Piikani, since that's a traditional Piikani territory, we're going to put our caricatures in there too. But as soon as we get the grant for that and we get the go ahead, we're going to put a TV lodge in there. We're going to do a half a canoe. We're going to put games in there. We're going to put our traditional dolls as far as a man and woman, buffalo doll, elk doll. And we're going to just create this space for our kids, our youth. And that's what the Montana Children's Museum is going to do as a station during this week of the conference. It's going to be open, it's going to be free. And they kind of interjected that they would, you would be able to drop your child off for a certain period of time and they would help with the daycare on that part. So the lodging for the teams, we are hoping that they do have their own lodging and we would just go out and try to provide the TV bowls. And then we actually want to do a TV raising contest with different tribes. So what's her name? Danette Spotted Horse. She told me that during Crow Fair, you guys have a huge TPA raising contest. And like a contest like that, if a tribe wanted to, sponsor that or, direct them how to run that little tournament, well, we'd want that. We want other organizations or other tribes or groups of people to help push the education with all these different aspects of the tournament.
Two Eagle River School is going to sponsor their Salish Hoop and Dart game on the campus. Jimmy Lunick Champ is bringing down the horses from the rodeo club to demonstrate the horse competitions. And we're hoping that will be out at First Peoples Buffalo Jump. We had a practice on that last May that was really popular with our Stone Child kids and Fort Belknap. Let's see who else is working with us. Hanny Hasegal in Fort Belknap is bringing her kids down to help supervise the double ball fields and then Dana over at Missoula. So people are pitching in, but funds are really needed to make things secure. So we want the ideas, but I think as we're looking at it, it would be nice to have grants for the marketing. We've registered the name. We need to make a domain for Indigenous gathering of families. At least 40,000 toward the powwow. There's 200 prizes counting the parade and all of the events. And last year, Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders provided us with some blankets for those places, but it's a long ways to go for 200. And some of those are 6 kids on a team for grade school kids, so it can be a different kind of a prize than the ones for the adult marathon, which might be something more spectacular. Western Native Voice said they had a bunch of t-shirts. What did those t-shirts say?
Indigenous Peoples Day.
Indigenous Peoples Day. And they've got boxes of them left that they can donate. So please just put on your thinking caps. One of the biggest items is advertising. And so the marketing and advertising will apply for grants through the state and in other ways. The in-kind that we are doing as an organization, I tried to figure out the other day, we're putting in at least $50,000 worth of staff time. So there's people to help. And we're here to help get this done. We just are very tiny.
And we have talked with, well, one of our, I think that's gonna happen this year is we are returning this game back to the Kickbox Society. It's a hoop and long arrow. It's a horse game. So the Kickbox Society hasn't been a society for almost 150 years. 200 years. So they were the owners of this game. And now we are able to transfer this back to them. So this was a man game. So when we do that, they will be the ones that will kind of coach and ref how this game is run just for the men. And we talked to Kylan Hallett yesterday. He's part of the Indian Education Department. And he is a teacher of lacrosse. So he's with the Iroquois Nation. And we had conversations about inviting the Iroquois Nation, the Hidatsa, the Seneca, the Oneida, the Huron to come over here and help do a tournament for lacrosse. And this is a game that's played not in Montana, but it's played in other places. And we are trying to reintroduce these games back into this Montana culture.
Also, us who's not with us today, Anthony LaFramboy, he's at council meeting up there. He's been working with us and advising us on the Chippewa games. And so in the past, we've been awarded some games that we would like to share knowledge about and actually do a transfer back and back into Chippewa Nation. Some of our first people came from there that brought us this beautiful snow snake game. Marvin Baldwin, a young man, made these out of white ash. And it's a game that's played in the winter and summer. So some of the knowledge has gone sideways, but it still exists. And that's what we want our young people to know. How to get back to where they were and where they want to go. Okay, stretch, stand up. Give yourself a break. And there's things up here you can look at. Any questions? That was a lot to listen to.
I'll just start. Where would this funding come from? Tourism, Indian tourism?
There could be some from there. I mean, I can think of a variety of places that there are some potential. I was in Kyrgyzstan, which is a Central Asia, in September, and meeting with the Minister of Tourism for the country of Kyrgyzstan. There was a specific ask, and this is perfect timing to explore the opportunity. There has been 4 World Nomad Games hosted on an annual basis for the last 4 years. I think it's the last 4 years. I don't know if it's every other year. It's every other year, I think. So the 4th was just held in Turkey. It was the first one held outside of Kyrgyzstan. There's 102 countries and over 3,000 athletes that attended these games in Turkey and have traditionally attended. Their interpretation of what they know about Native American games is there are some things that are very, very close. There are some things that are dramatically different, and archery is a big thing there as well traditionally, and obviously they're a horse culture. So there's I just this week received an email from the executive director of the International Kookaburra organization. Kookaburra is, if you haven't seen it, but it's this tradition of the goat carcass and throwing it and everything. It's unbelievable, right? Yeah, it's and so so now there's some synergy that's sort of globally from literally two opposites. It's 12 hours apart, two opposite sides of the world, of the view of the importance of maintaining these traditional games and the cultural identity that comes along with them. And so, you know, obviously my commitment to them is we would explore this. I think the timeliness of this coming in, you know, to the STED Commission is one thing, and the ask by the minister was somewhat bold. Can you host the World Games? And it's like, ooh, in Montana, I think that might be a little bit hard because they have thousands of people that come to this thing, and you know, on the other hand, that's a pretty exciting thing to potentially think about, because you think about the actual exposure of cultural preservation that is, you know, such a great opportunity, as well as the cross-cultural experience to unite sort of, you know, native languages and native peoples from entirely around the world. Start setting off some pretty interesting thoughts in your head. And but on the other side, we have to get practical and say, okay, what can we do? So I'm just going to say that I think this is, you know, from a cultural preservation standpoint, there's nothing more important than, you know, understanding the life of our native tribes, and part of that is the fun of the life and the enjoyment and the closeness of what these games meant traditionally in the family, and how they transpired from generation to generation, and I think that's really important. So I'm in favor of us trying to figure out how to do this. You know, I think, you know, the challenge will be making sure that we have 8 tribes that are also committed, and how to you know, bring everyone together, because, you know, for some time I've thought about why don't we have, with the native cultures that we do have in this state, some sort of a national culminating event that really highlights, you know, what is, you know, the most, in many ways, the most colorful indigenous cultures that we have on the planet. And you know, this could be a way to finally get there. I think some of the other things that you talked about, story is so incredibly important. Poetry and art and those types of things. If we have stages, you know, I can think that there might be some opportunity to have some sort of a native poetry or a native storytelling sessions throughout this entire thing. I mean, creation stories, for the ones that could be told externally, I think are vitally important, not for just for the kids especially, but also for people who are interested in really trying to understand and connect with native culture and the breadth of it and the depth of it. So, you know, I would advocate that we use as many of these stages and or other things as possible to have, I mean, whether it's a native fashion show, whether it's all these other things that we know that are emerging out of the Montana tribes today, just really can show the leadership that you have, not only just individually, but really to the nation. And because Montana still has, I think, an opportunity to preserve truly the native cultures that exist, more so than in other parts of the country that have become more urbanized. So I don't have any ultimate answers at this point in time, other than I think it's a willingness to work and look forward at it. I would like to know how to communicate. I mean, there might be a pretty interesting situation if we could have a Coke Brew part of this, you call it the indigenous, it's celebration. Well, this could be a beginning, right, of that. So let's figure out how to connect those dots and those people. And we'll go from there. And then, so maybe this is the spark of that culminating event that, I've been thinking about for a couple of years that creates some sort of a national and international stage for Montana Native cultures to really be represented appropriately.
We have had people from India show us their street games that are traditional four streets. The Koreans, South Koreans came in and presented their riding on the shoulder battle games. And at our first summer games in 1999 up at St. Mary's Lake, a Japanese teacher of games came in and taught us a 4,000-year-old game. It's one of the oldest games in the world, and good games travel. When you're having fun, you take it home with you. So thank you for listening to us, and thank you for your ideas. Stretch.
Thank you.
There's things left out during your lunch if you have questions on this.
So if you guys are in agreement, if we could maybe table the discussion, break for lunch, and then visit over lunch about the topic, which I think is pretty exciting, has a lot of potential. We'll get some airflow in here so everyone's not cooking. There are drinks in the coolers over there. There's still some coffee. There's some water on ice, water down below.
Did you
Yes.
say table the lunch?
No, nice try.
Throw it on the table.
Let's have lunch on the table. So for all those joining us online, we will put a pause for about 45 minutes to an hour, get back around 1:15, do you think? Gives us about 50 minutes. Okay, we will just pause for about 50 minutes. Okay, cool.
Lunch is
Hi, everybody. We're just gonna get started in about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, you know, so just want to let everybody know. We'll be back with you soon. Thank you, everyone, for your continued patience. We are concluded with our lunch and we are moving forward with a presentation. Oh, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. A presentation from the Department of Labor and Industries. We have Amber and Linwood here, and they're going to be sharing with us an exciting program under development that they would like to see if tribes might be interested in participating.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. So first of all, we want to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to come and speak before you today. Our objective is to basically ask for your help in the development of what our idea is. It's super in the development stages, but we think it's an appropriate time to come to each tribe and ask for contributions and consult on what they think about our idea, what kinds of questions they might have for us. As we plan to return at your next session and give you a full presentation of how we do it. So I will just give a little quick clarification. I work with the Department of Labor and Industry, and Linwood is here on behalf of Accelerate Montana to talk a little bit about her program and what the media training that she's doing. Some of the economic factors of media and film. So I will let Linwood introduce herself, and then she's going to toss it back to me for just a second so I can tell you about a little bit of my personal background and why I think that our project is important.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Linwood Fields. It's nice to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity. I want to start off by thanking you, and I want to thank Amber. I really appreciate partnering together and your vision on this. So again, this is an opportunity for us to just meet and begin this relationship. We look forward to hearing feedback and questions, and even if there's interest in us pursuing this. So I wanted to give a little background on who I am. I'm a Montanan. I grew up with a dad who believed that if you lived in Montana, you were obligated to be of service to Montana. He did that through wilderness protection. I do that through storytelling. I'm very adamant that Montanans should be telling our own stories, and even more adamant that Indigenous people should be telling their own stories. I've been lucky for the last decade to work on a lot of projects. This morning, I was helping Ivan McDonald from the Blackfeet Reservation finish his grant for a documentary while we signed with STARS on another project. So very excited about what's happening in Montana, and I wanted to go through some numbers. If you don't mind going to page 3. I grew up here, and in the 90s, there was a ton of film. I don't know if anybody else remembered that, but there was a big reason that film went away. Does anybody know why all of a sudden Montana films were in Canada and New Mexico and not in Montana?
Put off on the tax.
Thank you. Yes, we did not have a film incentive, whereas most states do. So we no longer were getting productions because that's the very first question they asked. Do they have a film incentive? In 2017, I joined the Media Coalition of Montana and helped write the film incentive. We now have one of the top film incentives in the entire United States, which is why we're seeing some industry. Some things that I wanted to point out on page 3 is that content has increased by 2,300% and is supposed to double again in 2023. Demand is exploding. Nationally, sound stages are over 95% in capacity, and crew is needed. In Montana, we have the #1 and #2 TV shows in the whole United States. We basically have the NBA of film right here, right now. As a Montanan, though, I am incredibly passionate that we are benefiting from this economics. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the economics that have happened on page 4. Since we passed this in July 2020 to June 2022, this is, by the way, a report done by the Film Office, which is a requirement of this grant and this incentive. We have had 195 productions. That's gone up from like 50 to 60. I want to really point out that we have 153.9 million total economic spend and 840 full-time jobs. On the page 5, I think this is incredibly important in the passion that in which Amber and I are coming to you all about. These are some of the jobs and what they pay. There's lighting, camera, there's hundreds of jobs that happen in film, and they make anywhere from 50 to 120K. The great thing about film is that it doesn't matter where they're filming, they're required to pay the same amount. So just because a production comes from California, they can't pay Montanans less. And so we are seeing this, and again, we're only a couple years that this incentive has happened, and we are seeing really great numbers. One thing that Amber and I want to work on, and I have been doing training for the last 2 years in Montana. Accelerate Montana got a $6 million grant to do manufacturing, tech, all this kind of rapid training. I convinced them to add film, and so we have what we call media manufacturing, and I'm doing rapid training film set ready courses. I've been doing 2 years of this on my own, just got hired by Accelerate to do a bunch of programs. And from my courses, I've had 50% Indigenous and veterans, and I will tell you, they are the best at film. Montanans in general are really good at film, but my Indigenous graduates have gone on and exceeded so many of my expectations, and they are incredible. So I would like to see this as a partnership that we maybe continue to talk about. Before I go into more of incentivizing that, do you want to talk a little bit about, or do you want me to keep going?
I'll
Okay.
Because I kind of threw it off to you.
Okay.
So you have to, I am not very experienced in giving presentations. So as soon as I stand up, I can sit at the table with everyone and talk just fine. As soon as I stand up, my brain goes blank. So one of the things that I wanted to mention before we started is to address the elders in the room and acknowledge your wealth of experience and make it clear that we are not coming here to inform and push upon you information. We're asking for your help. So that's important to me. And that's also why I'm all sweaty, is because I assisted the elder in carrying something about 2.5 blocks down. So I'm not typically this nervous. It's because I just ran back from that. So I am a member of the Fort Peck Assiniboine and Sioux tribe, but my background actually includes lineage from 7 different tribes. My dad went down to the Santa Fe Indian of Art Institute in New Mexico and met my mother. And so 7 different tribes. The only one that we could actually quantify me by blood lineage was with Fort Peck. So I actually was raised mostly off of the reservation. I went back and forth between there and high school. And the reason for that is my dad was an artist. He was a bronze artist. His passion was sculpting. He did silk screening, he did paint, and he managed to raise 4 kids doing that. It wasn't easy, and we weren't rolling in the dough all of the time. But I come from a background of artists, of storytellers, and his passion took him away from where he grew up, from his reservation, and it resulted in his children being raised off of the reservation for the most part. So reintroducing myself to my culture has been a very tough and long road. I am not somebody who is fortunate like Millie, who had a strong cultural background in their home life and then also came off of the reservation or left their home and was able to learn from the environment outside of a cultural lifestyle. I've had to scrap any type of information for myself to learn it, just because we don't have it in my family. So to me, my position within the Department of Labor and Industry is with registered apprenticeship, which if you're not familiar with registered apprenticeship, we're a regulatory agency. Typically, we have dealt with the trades, industries like electricians, plumbers, construction, elevator constructors, and overhead sprinkler installers. Those are required by law to go through our registered apprenticeship program. However, we as a team, apprenticeship is projected to be some of the most emerging occupations coming up are going to be apprenticeable occupations. And apprentices typically, because they work, it's on the job training, they work while they receive education. They come out making on average $30,000 a year more than a 4-year graduate does when they first come out of their program. And so our objective, and mine specifically within registered apprenticeship, is to increase the number of apprenticeships in Indian country. It's something that we haven't traditionally been very successful with. There are some components of how our program runs that are hard to mesh. But from day one, starting this job, I have been talking about creating media apprenticeships. Because in my personal experience, that is one of the cultural skills and natural talents that I see when I go to Indian country. Artists, musicians, storytellers, writers, those are the things that I see being a strong, natural lean for especially youth Those are the kinds of things that they want to be able to do and keep them in their culture, feature their culture, be the voice for their culture and work in the place where they come from and not have to leave like my family did to make money. So that is why I have been very focused on film and media. And my team even worries about how we're going to link that in. So I will say that my idea and what I wanted to talk to you about is using an apprenticeship program with training from Accelerate Montana. And even if we can't do apprenticeship, figuring out how to do some workforce development in Indian country around media production. Because as I sit here today, I hear everybody talking about the need for how do we get the word out about our events? How do we let people know and increase and expand knowledge about why they should come here for tourism? Video, as Rochelle said earlier, it's huge. That's what people are utilizing and that's what they're looking for. So my ultimate dream and my objective of this project would be to work together with you, with each tribe to find out what they would be looking for in media and film production. What kinds of projects could we develop and come and present to you that you think would be the most successful? Another area that I'm really looking at is curriculum for the Indian Education for All Act. I would love to see apprenticeships start with middle school students and go up into high school that focuses on creating curriculum that meets standards to be distributed to students throughout the state of Montana, that focuses on what's important to each tribe and is developed and made by the members themselves, and meets the requirements of our Constitution. Because I personally think that's one of the most beautiful pieces of our Constitution, and I would like to see it really run smoothly. And I think it would benefit students like me out off of the reservation, like my children, who don't qualify to be a member at all, but have a lot of native blood lineage. And then it would also help the non-native population learn specific things about our tribal people, especially if the curriculum has been created by those tribal people. Also, we could stand to benefit from the financial opportunities there as tribal entities as well. So.
Beautifully said. I feel the same way, and I have, after 10 years working in different productions, I often hear, why does Hollywood always get Indigenous people wrong? And why are these stories told this way? And here's the thing that I think, it's because Indigenous people are not telling their own stories. And what we would like to do is a partnership of training, opportunity, and crew so that that can change. And I'm with Amber. I think telling the stories of each area, teaching how the people in those areas can do it is very feasible and something that we would like to partner with you all if that's of interest. How we are doing this in the state right now and want to expand to different areas is we have rapid training courses that have been built. I call them Film Set Ready. We are launching December 1st, our production assistant course. I believe that all Montanans should be getting hired for all these productions. My goal is 1,500 filmmakers in the state of Montana working full time. We need to get the cap up so that we can keep this kind of industry going because it's green, because it's based off storytelling, and it's a really wonderful industry that pays well. And again, out of my students, I have an example, Amanda Bear Medicine, who is Blackfeet on the last page there, I think page 12. She took my course a year and a half ago, or 13, excuse me. She's an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe. Took the course a year and a half ago, began working on Yellowstone as a production assistant, which is $150 per day. Within less than a year, got moved up to first AD. She's now making $300 to $500 a day, which she allowed me to tell everybody, and is in love. She loves what she's doing. She calls me. She just got an agent. She's getting casted as an actor. Story Kip is blowing up. Lily Gladstone, Ivy McDonald. There are story after story of this working, and yet one thing that I'm running into is I don't have connections in every community, and I think that's where all of you and Amber really could make a difference. We would like to come to the communities, we'd like to train. I have outreach coordinators in Fort Belknap, Fort Peck, Lily, we have Tisha Cliff, and so not only is it economically beneficial, I think it's a good fit for storytelling in general in Montana. And we have we've talked a lot about some different stories that could be told and then have mentorship on those sets. So.
So as an example, this idea kind of came about in collaboration with a native-owned production company, Nakoa Heavy Runner. He was one of the IEF recipients. I think it was last year or maybe the year before. He has a production company that he runs, and he does a lot of the tribal projects that require audio and visual. So this isn't just romantic big projects like Yellowstone. This is on the ground opportunities to make sure that you're having quality audio, visual, and media coming out of your tribal communities created by your tribal people, and benefiting your tribal people. And so one of his ideas that he had, and this is just as an example, we would never, move forward with this without his participation. But he had worked with another team to talk about, why don't we look at developing a series of video curriculum that would talk about sacred sites in Fort Peck, and be able to share that and put it up as curriculum with OPI. We would have middle school, high school students participate in conjunction with elders and community members who can tell the story accurately and correctly. And then also those youth are learning as they move through the program. They're also gaining technical skills, job skills. So this is very pertinent to everyday life. I always had dreams of being in film and media growing up. I wanted to write. That was not available to me where I was. So this is something that I'm passionate about, and I think that it can work from the spectrum of, big productions, famous people hearing from you, all the way down to local commercials, that PSA announcements, radio shows, podcasts, things that in tribal country can be used to disseminate correct information about our tribal people.
And then kind of in closing, 86% of what people are doing online is watching video or listening to podcasts at this point. So people are not necessarily reading. And so if we want to get this messages out, if you want to share what you're doing in your areas, I really think film is the way to go. And we are now moving into legislative session around the cap. I will say that I would like to write some language that incentivizes hiring Indigenous people more. We are not alone in doing this. Oklahoma, specifically the Cherokee Nation, has really picked up on this. And the way that works is they put different percentages for hiring Indigenous. However, they're going to want to know that it's trained, that people are trained, and that's where our partnership comes in. I have very good connections now. I've been doing this again for a decade, very close to the Paramount, Netflix, all the productions coming in. If they go through our course, they will be getting a virtual badge that puts them at the top of a database list, and they will be incentivized to hire. So besides working on your own work, there's options to work on some of these big productions, and I want that for Montanans and for Indigenous. And I'm also really pushing the veteran connection, because veterans are incredible on set as well. They're mission-based, they believe in working together. So I think we have an opportunity to partner in a way that's beneficial economically for many communities in the state. So we really appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will add one more thing, because we know everybody's anxious and everybody's traveling, and we appreciate your time. So Oklahoma, if you're familiar with reservation dogs and the 1491s, that's where they come from, is Oklahoma. So they've been extremely successful, and part of that success has been some of the reasons for production companies to come into business. So it's a really good example of what we could do here in Montana. And then as far as the training goes, an apprenticeship program could be built around this. In conjunction with the training that Linwood does, we would make it a year-long program. And that is something that we can't really talk about in depth because we are in the very first stages, but it is a possibility to make it something that would get you a national credential. So you could travel and use that credential in the industry, in that occupation nationwide.
Yeah, and I want to just piggyback off that. I have been talking to a lot of productions. I asked them, what would you be open to having on-set mentorship? All of them say yes. Every one of them, especially if it's incentivized. So we can write something in a bill and hopefully it'll pass. So we get this cap up, and then we also write in there, Indigenous mentorship counts as part of the percentage, and they are all willing. And we're talking lots of productions who want to do this, and getting yourself on a set is how you learn the fastest. It's just like construction. Get your hands on it, you learn. And so these numbers are pretty strong, and we've got case studies that show that this is working.
That's why it works with on-the-job training, which is what I'm passionate about. I could never afford to just go to school. I was raising kids, and so I had to go to school and work throughout my whole career. And so there are just a lot of things about this idea that we think could really benefit. And our purpose here today is to ask for you to send us questions. So you'll find our contact information. And like I said, our plan is to come back and present a more full and developed idea to you in January, but what we would like for you to do is give us your input. Let us know what you want to hear from us. What kinds of questions can we answer for you? And please establish that dialogue. That's what we're asking for. We want to do this the right way and have early communication and engage in proper tribal consultation. For us, this is the first step. It's a process I'm not very familiar with, and so I would appreciate your help. Do you guys have any questions for us right off the bat?
Chairman Greer, Stellina, thank you. That was a very good presentation. I think you're on the right track. Especially, I love on-the-job training and I love workforce development. That's one of my, I would really love to see some Fort Belknap members partake in such a training. Plus, I'm excited because we also like Salish, we have Appeal 102-477 program, which does on-the-job training, work experience, and things like that. And we're eligible to pay for apprenticeships and things. Our problem is that sometimes once we send someone, like say to an apprentice school, say in North Dakota, but when they figure out they have to go somewhere else in the nation, sometimes it doesn't always work out for everybody, but we do have 1 or 2 takers every so often. But I think that you're on the right track with that. I'd love to talk with you some more. My recommendation is that in approaching tribal councils, because anytime that there's a release of anything, data or anything, that's kind of where your bread and butter is going to be, to talk to tribal councils and make sure that they understand what you're going to do with the information, and also make sure that they have input on that, because while I think this is an awesome idea and I agree with you that the story should get out, as you know, we participated, Fort Belknap did anyway, in a language preservation program, and that was wonderful because like when you think back in time and history and all the things that we did, everything was mostly verbal. Yeah, there's pictographs and stuff, but it was all verbal, me telling you about something, right? And I passed it along to you. So we were actually at first saw as unintelligent because we didn't log all our stuff down like Lewis and Clark and whatnot. But darn if we didn't, that'd have been cool. But we're not a very big writing society. But with that said, cultural storytelling, we also need to protect our sacred traditional rites and ceremonies. And so if you're talking to a really excited young person over here and they kind of know generally about it, one of the worst things that you could do is talk about or portray something that if you're not talking to the right person. And even if you are, you have to be extremely careful about the information. I know a lot of elders that didn't participate in language preservation program because they didn't feel they could talk about a ceremony or something else. You know why? Because they didn't know it perfectly. And because they didn't know it perfectly, they were humble enough to say, I can't perform that because I don't know it perfectly. And I would be doing a dishonor to my relatives, if I did that, or my family, So just that's the only thing that I can see as a potential. Make sure you kind of incorporate that somehow to protect cultural and sacred traditions that are only passed down by word of mouth, that you don't want to tread on that area on accidentally and have somebody speaking on behalf of the tribe and saying, I know I've been to the ceremony, so now I could talk about it, just be real super careful. Other than that, I think this is an awesome project. Really awesome. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the kind of input we're looking for. And, that was something when I was talking with Nicola about the sacred sites, that is something that you always have to keep in, preservation is very important too. So that would be a fine line to walk, and that is part of the reason why we want input from tribes. And trying to figure out who's the best people for us to be talking to, I felt this would be a good opportunity to gather that information. And also, we've just started an apprenticeship program in Fort Belknap with Highland Mountain. We did an information technology specialist program, so we have 4 tribal members up there. Yeah, it's super exciting.
Tisha Cliff, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Tisha Cliff is at Accelerate.
Yeah.
And she is
She's a nice
awesome.
little gal,
She's
yeah.
wonderful, but she has wanted us to come there and do some teaching, so.
She has about 1,000 cousins and uncles.
Yeah,
and
everything,
aunts.
everyone's her cousin and they're all amazing.
She came to see me in school and she's like, oh, that's my auntie. We're in North. I was like, oh.
She's probably been talking about it on social media. I don't get on social media purposely very much. Yeah, no, I would love to connect my person in some program director with you folks. And, you know, like I said, 1, 2, 3 people is still a success.
Yes.
And
yeah.
so no matter how many it is, it's not about, so I would love to connect that individual with you through me.
That would be fantastic.
I got it right here.
Delina, could I ask you a follow-up question to what you had mentioned? If an organization wanted to present in front of a tribal council, how would they go about getting on? What's the best first steps for approaching? What department maybe should they look for on the tribal roster or directory? How might they get an opportunity to have an opportunity to speak?
Well, yeah, each tribe is kind of a little bit different. Like I would suspect, like for Richard and I, it would be to go to the CAO to send your information in advance and kind of have a pre-discussion, kind of like what you just did, do the pitch, and then the CAO would be responsible for identifying, others, department heads or programs or entities or enterprises or businesses or whatever it is, to be knowledgeable about that information. And then you would, the CAO would request a time with the tribal council at a formal committee meeting. And the council would typically want a presentation, just like what you just did here. And then that's kind of how you can get in that way. At least I'm not speaking for Richard.
Sure.
But that's typically how we do it.
All you have to do is contact me, put you on the agenda.
Yep.
Oh, so some people might have an in, like talking to Richard, and others might need to go through a formal request process and submit a proposal about what the topic might be. And how about for Little Shell?
Contact me.
Okay.
Right?
Put you on the agenda.
Mm-hmm. And how about for Crow?
Just contact me and I'll get something, because our council we have a different kind of constitution, so we don't meet all the time.
Okay.
I never seen our chairman for 3 years, so just contact me and I'll do it.
Okay.
And then from the, I do have interest in, like I said, some government to government communication and layering some funding sources and working together to figure out how to make this a cost-effective, easy thing for people to be involved in. And so, for example, our apprenticeship training through Island Mountain, we covered the costs for the curriculum with WIOA and ARPA funds. I wish I had known about that project that you were talking about. And I still may contact you for that to talk about it.
For sure.
Yeah. So if representatives from the other governmental agencies that are here would please contribute with ideas and questions as well for when we come back in January, I'd very much appreciate it.
We'd like to come back in January and give you a report of things that you wanted more details on about what we're presenting. We hope that this is building a relationship right now on.
Yeah, it'll probably be February. So after
February,
yeah, so
exactly.
I think so. So the end of this meeting, we'll be looking at you guys setting your next schedule and who might be wanting to host some future said meetings as well. So yeah. And do you guys have any other questions or comments?
Anybody online?
Probably the only comment. Find out from the tribal governments when they meet.
Okay.
Our tribal business committee meetings first Thursday of every month.
We are also interested if you think your community may want this. If this is something that people aren't interested, we do want to know that. But if you are interested, we'd really like to start building those connections and building them correctly and starting to talk to the right people.
Have you reached out to any of the studios, like Lionsgate, all them, are they willing to pitch in for this too?
So-
Because they're the ones that utilize.
Yeah, they don't, so Paramount is mostly the one who's here right now, the bigger ones, but they're incentivized to hire. In terms of pitching in, we may not need that. We might be able to come and train people based off some of the rapid training funding that's out there right now, especially in the next year.
They put a lot of studios in Albuquerque.
Yes, they did, yeah,
and They really paid off. in the long run,
they
but
did.
They're kind of sinking the ship down there too with the incentives going on.
Yeah, the incentive really makes the difference. As long as we have a solid incentive, this is going to increase job growth and that's just the reality of this business. And we are seeing that the numbers within 2 years are very strong. I'd like to add something that incentivizes more of the Indigenous community to get hired.
And my ultimate objective would be that we see some entrepreneurship and have native-owned production companies spring up.
Yes.
In my travels, I see at the very least music production in almost every reservation that I go to. Just like Richard said earlier, radio station, almost everybody has radio stations. It's time to bring that into where we are at now. Podcasts, video, media, that kind of thing is going to really, like I said, if we want people to, we want to get non-natives to look at our tribal areas and why they should come here, why they should stay here. Let's bring our voices together from those areas to say, this is why we want you. This is why we want you. And this is what we have to offer you when you come to visit us. And also, this is where we don't want you. This is what, this is what we don't want. It's an opportunity to outline that for each tribal community themselves. As far as what you're putting out there with media, which right now is just a huge faction of how our society operates. So,
and I hope you see us as partners. We have the skills, we have the opportunity. If that is something of interest in your community, we want to partner with you and bring that and train. We're Accelerate Montana is very focused on rapid training throughout the state and really pushing that this happens. Thank you so much for so much time.
You're welcome to stay until the very end if you want. Great. So I guess we're towards the end of the agenda. Unless there's any other business that we maybe need to address, Chair Gray. Anything that anyone else wanted to maybe bring up towards the conclusion here before we go to scheduling?
Okay, no, I just, before you go, I want to get all your names and put it on a piece of paper. I brought me, so. I brought Crow Fair, we had some jackets. I want to draw, and whoever the winner is, I'll give these jackets to.
Oh, you do a little lottery.
Yeah, it's 104 years. This picture is first Crow Fair on it.
Yes,
So
and it's beautiful.
So it's a couple, yeah, it's in the Smithsonian, so we brought that. So put your name and we'll put it in the hat and we'll draw and see who's
Nice.
gonna sport it.
Nice, okay.
Oh, what cat do? Chuck?
So yeah,
This guy do,
so put it on a
Chuck.
big piece of paper, fold it. It'll be the biggest thing in there.
Story I could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
We went on a trip in Hawaii.
Did you really? Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Put your name.
I do. I was like,
Yeah,
I
you
want one of
better.
those.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
Fill it out on a sheet of paper.
It's beautiful.
And
Well, I think, we got this paper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put them on there.
from the radio station, like 2 weeks
The
later,
pen.
and I had a friend that worked there. I thought, oh, yeah.
Yeah, put 'em in.
Really?
And see on the chair there. Did Jennifer take off? I mean, she's still around, right? Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, for the next agenda, do you want to have a conversation, like maybe about, some other ideas for the travel planning branch and some things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, and that will give everybody some time to.
I did.
Got it?
I think
Kind
I
of
think they look awesome.
Think about it.
So that's the same images that was on your,
Mhm.
oh, those are so pretty. Yeah, that was
Save the
really,
date,
really
right?
neat.
Maybe generally try to be here. I mean, I think the last time I was literally out of state, I just couldn't be here, but, yeah.
Yes, Jennifer, put Jennifer's name on one.
Yeah, okay, I'll get you involved. Yeah, okay. That one from Richard.
Thank you,
again.
Thank you.
You get Jennifer on there.
It's yours.
Must be present to win.
Yeah. Trying to increase the odds. Lucky man.
Not present to win.
There we go. There we go. They got Jennifer in there. Okay, good. Oops, sorry about that.
Everybody in there, pretty much?
Yep, I didn't go
You
in
got the
because
hat.
I want to increase
Perfect.
everybody else's odds.
Yeah. Hey, Chairman Gray, come do the honors.
Oh, she just, hold up, you.
Did I win?
Oh.
All right. I wanted that so bad.
Another one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amber.
All right, if it doesn't.
See,
fit
I
me,
think I got a big piece of paper.
I feel all bad that we're taking.
Told you the different pieces.
I know, that's the same.
I guess you both come clean house.
All right, clean house.
How'd that work out?
I felt like a lot of us.
It was great.
No, it's all right. Open it up and show them what you got.
Yeah, well, and if you don't mind, show the folks that are online so they can see what you want. Stead meetings where prizes and dreams come true. Oh, look at your seal, the tribal seal. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Do you have those for sale or?
Yeah, we have for
Okay.
sale.
Okay, just go to the website.
Awesome. No, just get her name.
Okay, Chip, let me know. I'll tell him and yeah.
Yeah, here.
Thank you very much. We should have brought gifts, we got gifts. Oh, you know what?
And also there's
Oh, yeah, okay.
at the Native American Made in Montana lanyards that are towards the back.
They're hanging for anyone who wants to take them and put it on your keychain or whatever. It's a nice way to keep track of stuff.
Make some movies and cook.
I know, I was thinking,
Nice.
we're on a roll right now.
I never win any, I think this is the first thing I won in 20 years, so.
Luck is changing.
There you go. Well, thank you again so much for coming and spending the day with us.
Yeah.
Actually, I really appreciate that. I learned a lot.
Good.
Oh, I'll be back.
No, it's great. Also with our other colleagues that have been on from Office of Tourism. I mean, we are building out assets to promote all of the different parts of the state. Yep, they put out contracts with photographers.
Yeah, I have a whole database.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that to increase the number of tribal members that are trained and able to be called upon to do work in their own territories would be really great.
Yeah, we just had a big project and it was in like 50K project. and we were really
30,
great. It's like
bigger.
invest in 230?
Yeah, they
Well,
changed it.
closed it, right? Yeah. Amazing. Great, okay.
And place of travel for, you just said you got apples and stuff.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, take it. There you go. Thank you. So I think the last order of business today, unless there's anything else that Chair Gray says we should do, we just need to set the schedule for the next year. And if anyone has an interest in helping to coordinate hosting a future meeting, so I don't know, have any meetings been at Crow?
I don't think there's nothing in.
No, they don't allow no one down.
Yeah.
They don't. And I know that Fort Belknap wants to host. You guys want to host as well, so,
Great, well,
and
Yeah.
CSKT can host.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Okay,
Yep.
so let's take a look at the calendar for, I guess we're looking at February. Since it's the 2023 calendar. February, May, August, and November. So we can look at the calendar. You guys typically do it sort of right in the middle, like the second or third week of the month. Is that generally when these have been?
It's been all over.
And also, I know everyone has different, okay, people have different
Fair.
events and stuff going
Fair
on.
conference room there.
So since Fort Belknap, we've been talking for the last couple of meetings. If there was to be one
In May?
hosted there, would people stay in Havre? And then maybe could the college potentially host, be a site where the meeting could be held?
You just have one?
Was it better?
In April, we hosted Strickland still. And it turned out pretty good because everyone seemed to like. We had in that auditorium. Meeting.
Yeah, so was it March or April when the director was up there, right? And I think, wasn't Maria there as well? From our team before she left?
Oh, yeah, Maria Valon.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yep.
So for a host location for the actual meeting, that was at the college?
Yeah, well, we met it was kind of all over. We met in the chambers and then we did a tour.
Okay.
And then, because we actually did a tour first thing in the morning. And then we met back at the chambers and then we went over to the college, to the tech center to have the actual public comments. And then we went into the strict meeting then.
Nice, okay. So in terms of the schedule for Fort Belknap, May, August, November, is February still kind of crazy with weather and stuff? So it'd be better to push it more spring to summer?
Yeah, like me.
May might be good?
Yeah.
How does that sound to?
May sounds good. In August, the mosquitoes eat you up.
Oh, carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay.
I'm just thinking back to her email chain. I can't, Cheryl Rivas, did she say they would do August? That
Oh,
would be a
yeah,
better
maybe she
time
did,
for
yeah.
Browning. I think she said that they could host one, but it would not be in the winter because I don't know if she's
Yeah.
still on, but.
No, she left, but of course, if you guys are familiar with how you've been talking about
Well, just
this.
in the email chains that you sent out,
Mhm.
like who wants to host it, the next one, I think she said the summer would be better for that because Browning is so hard to get into in the winter.
Yep, and we know for sure that they, in July, that right after 4th of July is their the North American Indian Days. So I think that August is probably a better time for them too. Their campgrounds, everything gets a little quieter. Are the conditions okay? All right.
Hi, this is Cheryl. I am.
Oh, there she is.
I think you just volunteered for January 10th or something like that. Cheryl.
We're listening, Cheryl.
Yeah, so we're good for August. I had just notified the Manpower program and they're the ones who oversee our campgrounds. I let them know that that was what Steds had asked, to host a meeting here in Browning and then to have a tour of the campgrounds that had been awarded the some of the tribal tourism grants. And they're going to help me arrange that. And then we'll just talk more with Rochelle probably after the holidays.
Awesome, that sounds great. So she's talking about IANTA. They're gonna come and spend about 5 days in Montana. They're doing a partnership with the Lewis and Clark Interpretive Trail. And they're gonna dedicate at least 2 days for Blackfeet. Is that what you were referring to, Cheryl?
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay, that's something else.
That's a good idea, but no, I'm just referring to the Steds meeting that you had suggested that maybe we host in August. And I was just mentioning that our Manpower Workforce Development Office, they oversee our tribal campgrounds and have applied for the tribal tourism grants. And so the ones that they were awarded at various locations on at the campgrounds is the tours that they'll be setting up.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry to be conflating those two things.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I think we can do November.
So November CSKT? Okay, so now we've got a Little Shell and Crow battle for February.
I like Great Falls in February.
You.
Right at basketball tournament.
Yeah.
I was in Class C up there.
Yeah,
In Great Falls?
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with
yeah,
that?
we're good. Yep.
Okay. Unless you guys want to squeeze in another meeting this year, maybe somewhere right around the Crow Fair or Crow Native
We'll see how it
Days?
goes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
well, but
Okay, so we'll say Little Shell for February. But if something happens in terms of these others, perhaps
Yeah,
an
that's fine.
alternative location could be Crow.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so then looking at your calendars then, let's just look at if we can pick out some dates for 2023. Looking at February 15th is right in the middle of the month, right after Valentine's Day. What are you guys thinking about February 15th for your next meeting?
Not always a big basketball weekend though. It seems like
Because there's a 3-day weekend, yeah.
Right, yeah.
There's a 3-day weekend, so sometimes there's other stuff going on.
It's like, I'm pretty sure I've not had a Valentine's for the last however many years.
Because of
with
basketball
kids-
season?
With kids, yes.
So, I mean, would that then be a pitch for the week before or week after? Or does it really not matter? Because this is a Wednesday, this. So I think the 20th is not President's Day, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so really you're looking at like the 8th, the 15th. or the
That is a
22nd.
Wednesday, okay.
The 8th would work.
15th.
So 15th.
Sorry, I should have been looking at it.
Okay, 8th or the 15th, okay, if it's.
Okay, raise your hand if you're for, okay. Cheryl, how is the 8th or the 15th looking for you of February? To be going to Great Falls?
February is really bad up at this area. If anything, I'd probably be on a Zoom meeting again.
Okay. Okay, so February 8th or 15th, let's see. All those in favor of the 8th, raise your hands. Okay, and all those for the 15th, raise your hands. Right?
I don't think we.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and stick with the 15th. It's nice in the middle of the month. And if you guys get home and you're like, oh, we got a big problem, just go big group email and we'll change it, before or after the 15th. So take a look at it. So right now we're at 2/15 Great Falls. Okay, now we got May.
It's like the 17th would be the middle of the month.
17th is the middle. And that'd be at Fort Belknap. And people would probably be staying in Havre and then driving out. I think we need to have accommodations for folks when they're traveling. And so that's one of the things to help our department when it's coordinating people that are traveling and where they should stay. Do you think that staying at like the Holiday Inn or?
Yeah, typically there's 2 Best Westerns and the Comfort Inn.
Yeah. There's 2, 3.
American Inn.
Okay, okay.
There's plenty of
lots
places in
lots of
Havre.
lodging in Havre.
Okay. So the 17th sounds okay for you? Okay, 5/17 for the second meeting in Fort Belknap. And then, let's see here, Blackfeet, August. So mid-August would be the 16th. Wednesday, the 16th. Cheryl, what's August looking like for you? What do you think is the best date that month?
Usually the first weekend, our week might work better. The second week is the Heart Butte Powwow, which the office is closed for a couple days. So about a 4-day powwow. And then the third week, usually people are in Kalispell. And then the fourth week, they're usually in school. So I would say probably the first week of August, if you folks want to plan for that.
So do you mind just checking a calendar? Do you mean the 2nd of August or the 9th of August?
How about if we hold off on these last 2 dates?
Okay, well,
Because we've got,
Now we
people
got
can look.
first weekend.
Yeah, that's
First week
everything.
in August.
right. Yeah, and I think the goal, at least from what I've seen, is they make some target dates,
Okay.
but then they can go through and refine it as we get, as everyone gets an opportunity to kind of review it and see. So I guess, so what about the 9th, which is that weekend after?
That's when they had the powwow. 24th is when we had it in 2020.
Well, right, well, we had, yeah, what I mean is, so you're saying later in the month, kind of just before the great, just,
Better.
I would, I feel like the 23rd.
so Cheryl, how do you feel about us just penciling in the 23rd of August?
No, that's too late. I had mentioned the first week of August. So I was
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about,
Rocky Boy has their powwow.
Yeah, Rocky Boy powwow, we got Heart Butte stuff
Oh.
happening that you mentioned, so maybe we,
I mean, you
do we
could-
want to actually push it? Go ahead, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could go the middle of August. Whoever can make it will make it.
Okay, let's just pencil in the 16th. And then we'll just go back through and confirm as we get through to the next meeting. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, and again, it's not set, we're just penciling it in, holding it, and then as we get a little closer, everybody can figure out their, this winter, they'll figure out their schedules and we'll get it refined. So we'll just put it for 8/16 for now, just to hold a date.
All right. Because I'd have to
And then-
check out the manpower program too and see what they have scheduled. So
Sure.
penciling it in, that's fine. Okay.
I'll work with you on trying to find a better date, and then we'll put it back out to the commission to take a look at it.
Okay.
And then November 15th, right in the middle of the month for CSKT.
And, yeah, this will actually help me, because if it's at the resort, the sooner the better for a venue, because they have weddings and,
To get on their schedule,
yeah, and sometimes they book year.
especially, holiday parties and,
Yeah.
okay.
And then, for ours, if there's anything anybody wants to know about any economic development that we do that you might benefit from learning more about, or asking questions about, let me know, and I can invite those people to that meeting and put them on the agenda, because, we have energy and we just got this huge, amount of money to provide internet service to everyone on the reservation, to all the tribal members for free on the reservation. So that's another business that we're getting into. So just let me know if there's something that we're doing that you are interested in economic development, then I'll start contacting them and securing them. For that meeting.
Okay, Chair Gray, is there anything else you think that we should cover according to our agenda? I think we're just about done. Got the schedule set.
Anyone else? We're good.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask, is your guys' preference the resort?
That's- It's very nice. Just unless you think that there's another business that we should, spread the love
Yeah,
around.
today's the
but-
18th.
Because they have.
That's
a
next year.
degree there, and they have a really robust internship
This coming
program.
December?
Mhm.
And through this, through the
Right now?
SKC
No, this one is
internship
kind of
program,
quarterly.
Oh, wow.
So they're really good at getting their graduates.
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
Times a year.
People will probably stay at the hotel, stay at the resort, sleep over, but maybe have the meeting at the college.
Yeah.
We could maybe do something like that.
Yeah.
I think that we have not engaged the tribal universities as much as we could. And whether it's through the Accelerate Montana program, everything that's going on there, I think it's a vital part of economic development that we haven't had the opportunity to really leverage. As far as, a fantastic asset that's already sitting there, whether it's in any one of the areas.
Yeah, I would say it's one of the biggest things, and we all have tribal colleges, but it's one of the biggest things that has radically changed our economy in the reservation. Is having a tribal college there, because so many
Yeah.
people who would never go to school
Yeah.
otherwise go there.
Mhm.
Go there.
All right, so meeting adjourned? All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry I wasn't
Thanks,
able
Cheryl.
to attend.
Thanks,
Sure.
Marilyn.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job, Rochelle. Thank you.
You betcha. 2:21 adjourned. So I gotta double check. I have some before.
Thank you again, Rochelle. I appreciate
Thank you so much. Feel better, Marilyn.
Thanks.
So hey, Richard. Started out. I think like $60,000.
I'll do some part thing that I was doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. So
Well, you were right.
always so great to see you all. And I hope you like what we presented. Oh my gosh, we did. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, you mentioned her earlier. Okay, I'm glad that, I wanted to ask you about that this morning.
I met with them at Wayne. I met with them
Okay.
almost 4 hours.
Okay, okay, so actually, I was somebody talking, can you give me 2 minutes? Okay, because that's a different, she didn't miss anything.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
right, good, good, okay, okay, so, so.
There's a lot of emails.
Thank you, I will.
Oh, yes.
And you'll be there too, so.
I will.
So when you get there, let us know, you can bring it down and you can eat with us and kind of hang out with us, yeah, that'll be awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
What?
Yeah, thank you. Seen it.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, you betcha. Yeah, thank you. See you.
You're heading right out, right?
No, I've got a meeting here at 4:30, so I'm gonna just go over to my office for a little while. Take care of some stuff. Oh, it's pretty cool.
So, anyway. All right.
There we go. Good thing there's not much sugar in it. Sit down and stick to the table.
That's just,
Oh, cool.
that's something that's,
Yeah.
Rochelle's working on the showcase all of, reservation, tribe, oh, I'm not sure what the details are, so
Okay.
sorry, but basically it follows the Lewis and Clark Trail.
Cool.
Oh, from the department? Yeah.
There you go.
What? No, it's hers.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Hey, travel sheet.
Let's go. Gotta get the cost.
Okay, sent it.
So. So is it still? All right.
You want to give these to Jason?
So, now do you mean like reimbursed for your travel?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So I covered your hotel room, so that was covered by me. So then what you're gonna do is just tell me, what time did you guys leave yesterday on your, to hit the road? So let's see, you guys departed at 2 PM yesterday?
Gary, Montana.
Gary Owen, there you go. And okay, and that was on the 15th. And then what time did you arrive last night? Actually, that doesn't matter, you're overnight. So, and then you're gonna be leaving at 2:30 today. So estimated time you guys are gonna get home tonight, what do you think? All right, don't say 8 PM. Great. So then what I do is I put in a travel voucher and you get reimbursed for your meals that apply and your mileage. However, the thing I need to know is, do you get reimbursed as a person individually, or does the tribe get reimbursed and then they pay you? What's the- You go individually.
Yeah.
So what is the address that I need to put down? The mailing address?
Back home.
But I thought we did a form for direct deposit.
You probably are. If you've ever received money from the state as a direct deposit, I just have to,
Can you double check?
I can definitely double check. Because look, one of two things, Billy may have set up an EFT for you. If you're already in the system and you've ever been paid by the state for something, you're already there. So, but I still have to have the address on the form. Then they look that address up with the EFT information to make sure that the accounts are the right ones. So anyway, but you get direct reimbursement. Okay, and then I just take this information and fill it into the form.
Box 183. Gary, Montana. 59031.
Perfect. And so if you have not been paid before, Sean, I'm going to send you a text message to say, hey, check your email. There'll be an EFT form for you to fill out. The other thing, if that's a big hassle for you, we can always cut a check and mail it to you. But that can be a pain in itself to have to get to the bank and get that deposited. So anyhow, yeah. Good deal.
Go to billing.
Oh, to the bank. Yes, exactly. So let's just try to see if we can get a direct deposit. We'll make it happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for double checking with me because I got to get those times down. Good to see you. We'll talk again soon. Thank you.
See you all later. Take care.
Hey, you ready to roll?